that one. Oh, there you are. Oh my God, they all.
Yeah, it's just. Whew. I think I put makeup on them one time and they were crying. Like, no, mom.
Making messes. I'll be right back.
Well, you know what? It popped up. Did you ever see that joke? I won't do it, but there's a joke that was on television. The guy hit it on his wife. He sat there, put something underneath there, and he said, "Now look down there, and you can see it." So she went like this, and he squeezed.
Oh, that was me. Is he still alive?
He squeezed the bottle.
Oh, Lord.
All right.
Hey, everyone. Are we?
Yeah,
Got everybody here? It is 6 o'clock.
Oh, yes, Madam Mayor, motion for adjournment.
Support.
Look at that.
Who are we? Oh, we got everybody here, right? 'Cause Mr. right there. We are live. Can everyone at this time put their phones on silent or vibrate at this time? Good evening, everyone. It is now 6 p.m. This is our special meeting. It is Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. And we are here all together with our directors for our budget meeting today. And at our regular meetings, we always start with the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation, but I guess we don't do that with our special meetings. So we're going to go ahead and start off with our roll call. Good evening, Ms. Holman.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Baker, not here. Councilmember Communis.
Present.
Councilmember Curley.
Here.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Here.
Mayor Owens.
Here. Hearing of the public is now open. The hearing of the public is now open. We don't have two at a special meeting, so hearing of the public is now open. If anyone would like to speak. Yes, ma'am, you just come to the podium. You get 3 minutes.
Greeting Eastpointe council members. I'm here today to ask you for assistance in resolving $8,214.11 in fees for one rental inspection. These fees were assessed by the past regime in the city's rental inspection department. When I initially purchased my house at 23115 Piper, it was vacant and abandoned. I planned to fix it up to live in. When circumstances changed, I let a former colleague who was going through a rough time live in the house. I didn't know I had to certify the house as a rental property when she moved in, as I thought she was a friend. I can accept responsibility for this, and I'm willing to pay the fees associated with my ignorance. However, what ensued after seemed like a personal witch hunt led by Eastpointe building inspectors Mary Van Haren and Aaron Hardcastle. I assumed the inspection process would be simple, as we'd worked very hard in making the home a desirable and safe place to live. After the first inspection, I had some minor repairs and took care of them right away. The building department also requested a permit for a chimney liner, which didn't make sense to me or either of the 3 HVAC companies that I contacted. In fact, one company I contacted stated they had complete hundreds of jobs in Eastpointe and didn't understand what this request entailed. He too included this request was motivated by some kind of vendetta. I tried to contact the rental inspection department over 20 times via phone and email to get clarity over the next several months and even years now, and I was ignored until the chimney permit request was eventually dismissed a year and a half later. However, in the meantime, fees and interest accrued, and unbeknownst to me, a nuisance and abatement case was opened with Mr. Albright, compounding additional fees. Over the past years, I've spent many, many days trying to resolve this situation. Most recently, in my plea for help, I reached out to Mr. DeMonico, who referred me to Attorney Albright, who advised me to attend this meeting. Prior to contacting Mr. DeMonico, Ms. Mariah Walton did take the time to meet with me, but the circumstance is so involved and lengthy, I don't believe she could take the time to thoroughly look into or resolve this circumstance. I also tried contacting Mayor Owens several times since last fall, including visits physically into the office, but to no avail. I'd like to commend Dennis and the new staff in the city's building department as they landed in a mess yet took the time to shift through much paperwork in an attempt to assist me. I truly believe that the new regime is running the building department sternly yet fairly. As a former employee at Eastpointe High School, I take pride in this community. I am not a slumlord. In fact, I am just the opposite. I took a vacant, largely abandoned property in the city and I made it beautiful. The house is occupied by a responsible tenant who takes care of the house as his own. I'd like to ask you to rescind the fees that have been unjustly assessed. It has created a
Time is
hardship
up,
for me.
ma'am. Thank
Okay.
you.
I've prepared a document with these fees. Can I approach the council to disperse this document?
Yes, you can. And since you have already talked to our city manager, city attorney, and Councilman DeMonico, did you already send this already to our attorney? Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking time out for us to hear you and printing this information out for us as well. Anyone else would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, the hearing of the public is now closed. Going to new business. We're going to start our presentation with the budget with our library. Good evening. And then right after that, we're going to go to the court. So if you would like to come to the podium, please.
Madam Mayor, before we get started, I just want to let council know this is a cheat sheet that was handed out. The first column is the page number that you'll find what's being discussed in the budget book, and the second column is the page number that you will find the line item detail from the line item that was sent out on March 31st. It'll help you find things as we go.
Good idea.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Very helpful.
Madam Mayor, members of council, and city administration. I come here tonight to talk about the budget, but I'd like to spend just a moment thanking the city of Eastpointe for their support over the last 2 years since I became director. I will be retiring this year. I don't have a date. Okay, I don't have a date. I know it's going to be this year. But this community, this library, has meant a great deal to me. And we've made a lot of changes over the last 2 years, positive changes. One of the things our residents wanted was more programming. And this was done through surveys and just talking to them. And we have been adding programming like we have never seen it before. Just in the last few or a couple of months, we've had the Underground Railroad, architecture in Detroit, most recently the FAGO program, which was a huge hit, along with our regular programs, our Spice Club, which is new and is, a huge hit, book clubs, game nights. We are just attracting patrons to the library for more than just books, but of course we have books. And we have new collections. I just found out today, the most checked out item last month was seeds from our seed collection. And so the library is going to continue to move forward. And so the budget that I've presented is basically a maintenance budget to keep doing what we've been doing and moving the library and the community forward.
I'm sorry. Did you want to go to a summary? Anybody have any questions for Ms. Tutad, our director? Did you want to go line item? I don't know how you want to do your presentation on the budget.
Okay,
Do anybody have any questions they want to ask? I know Mr. DeMonico is getting his thing set up. Sometimes he has questions. Did you have already set questions for?
I think none for Ms. Todd today.
Okay, I don't have any.
I just want to say I thought it was a very concise budget and very conservative Oh, thank you. And thank you, is it okay if I say this now?
Yeah, of course.
When you said retirement, even though I knew it was coming, I was like, ah. But I want to say, I have definitely, both as a resident and as a mom of 2 young people in this community, I definitely appreciate all that you do at the library. The changes that have been made are very, very positive, and just an overall highlight to what was already shining in our community, but you made it prettier and more attractive, and I appreciate all of your hard work. I can't imagine who could possibly replace you. I know there are amazing people out there, but I appreciate your level of dedication, and I think that that's exhibited not just from you, but throughout your staff. And I know those would be very, very big shoes to fill, so thank you. Thank you for everything.
Well, thank you for the kind words.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I may, you all know that I'm the liaison to our beautiful, magnificent library. And as you know, I comment after almost every meeting about all the visitors they have at the library and the wonderful things that they have there, and have the folks bring their returnables to the libraries so the friends of the library can continue to do the great job that they've been doing. And thank you. And each time I go to the meeting, it's the Tuesday before our council meeting, and I'm not sure that she could get a motion to accept the resignation through the library commission, but we'll talk about that at the library meeting. But I love you, and
Well, thank you. You know, when I started, we had card catalogs. That's how long I've been doing this.
Yeah.
And even this year, you know, all the partnerships with the city, the water filters, you know, bringing more people into the library, shining that light. Whenever there's a power outage in the city, residents know they can go to the library. And you should see our stats just go sky high on those days. So, you know, we are that third place, as I like to say, after home and work, where people can be safe and meet others. And, you know, so it's bittersweet. I know it's coming soon. I'm just waiting for these 4 projects to finish up. And then someone else will take over, and things will carry on. So, again, I appreciate the support of our city administration, mayor, council, everyone here. It means a lot to me.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you will be missed for sure, Sue. It's sad to see you go, but very exciting for you. So.
Yes, I've got grandsons, and I want to spend more time. And you mentioned that the budget is conservative. Well, it's conservative for a reason. We have 2 areas of the library that have never been updated, or it's been a really long time, you know, asbestos floors, everything. And so we are saving to hopefully, in a year or so, get those updated. So we need to be fiscally responsible and not go into debt. So that's the plans for the money in the future anyways.
Okay. Well, I didn't get to say my remarks, so get yourself back up there. I think we have a nice little history, because even before I sat up here at all, I was at that library with my twin daughters, Cameron and Kaden, and we did 4-H programs in the back of the building, in the meeting rooms. And when I was doing comedy at the time, we did Laughing at the Library, and it was packed. I did my book release there, and we did some things at the Children's Garden. We had sat down and had conversations on how to improve the community as it started to change, and you listened to me and saw the need for change in this community, and you did those changes drastically. You were open-minded to so many different things for our community to grow, and that's why we are where we are today, because of you. And I just want to say thank you for the work you have done. I hate to see you leave, but I know you have to, you know, you planted your seeds and you allowed us to grow. So I thank you for that. So we're going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. And so I just want to say congratulations on moving forward and helping us to move forward as a city.
Thank you very much. And I'll
Thank you.
still be here. I'm
Okay.
a member of Eastpointe Kiwanis, so I'm still going to be here every Thursday. And then we'll see where it goes from there. So
Yeah.
this is my area. I grew up in Roseville, spent, most of my adult years in Harper Woods, and definitely this is my home away from home. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I used to be a liaison on the library as well, and then I found out that the person that used to live in my house was a liaison of the library too. I was like, well, that was crazy. So yeah,
The library director.
the library director used to live in my old house. Yeah, so it was so odd. So that was pretty cool though. That was a nice little fun fact for everybody. So thank you for the work you have done and great job on the budget. And so moving right along. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do a motion to approve the budget for the library. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the library budget as presented.
Support.
Motion is supported. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is the court building. How you doing tonight? We haven't seen you in a while. We
Hey.
seen you. You were sneaking in and out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council.
Good evening, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
That's good. So we are on the court, and Mr. Blum gave us our cheat sheet, so item 14, and the write-up is 47. Thank you. Okay. Everybody on that page? You all set? Do you have any questions? Concerns? Did you want to?
So, the court would like to request some additional staffing with the volume of the caseload volume that we have at the court. Is very consistent to last year's numbers, and so to be consistent, provide a good judicial service to the community of Eastpointe, and the litigants that come to the court. Additional staffing is needed. Another full-time clerk. We will also need another full-time co-officer and some additional services. If you need to, and those requests were made after the budget was submitted to the city manager Walton. So that, and I have copies of some of the changes I made to the budget.
Okay, so the changes you made are in this?
Well,
Oh, you're adding it?
yeah,
Okay.
asking to add 2 additional staff, a full-time clerk and a co-officer.
Okay, and you have the amounts on there too? How much that would be?
So this will clarify the discrepancy between the two documents then, because that was one of the questions I had. I noticed that you only had down 2 part-time clerical in one of our documents, but then in the other, you had down that there were 3 proposed in the budget, so hopefully this explains that.
So I think those might have been incorrect. So we only have one. So as far as current staffing levels, we have 8 full-time clerks, and then we're budgeted for 1 part-time clerk.
Okay.
And then we have an additional clerk, but that is a grant-funded position.
So what's the court's plan after the grant? When does the grant end, and what's the court's plan after the grant ends?
That grant ends in September of 2023. So it runs through to the end, September 30th of 23.
And then what's the court's plan after that in terms of funding that position?
We hope to, by adding the additional staffing, we would be able to increase revenue that we would get from having our finance analyst at the court. With that staff member, be able to start garnishments, as well as some other measures to increase the revenue and maintain, so we can maintain that position.
So your hope is to get it through garnishments?
Yes, garnishments as well as some bond forfeitures, having somebody consistently in that position to do bond forfeitures would be a tremendous help to the court to have consistent increases in revenue.
So are you not currently doing garnishments and bond forfeitures?
We're currently not doing, we're doing bond forfeitures now, but only not at the rate we want to do them and not consistently because we don't have a dedicated staff member to do them. So if we had it, I wish I had the recent revenue transmittals that we did for the February. We were able to forfeit the extra $100K in bonds to the city.
So we don't know the total cost because the cost of benefits are not included. The finance director has plugged those numbers in. So we might be looking at $52,500, but it can be a lot more than that. That's for each individual person. correct?
The information was shared with finance yesterday, and we had done a quick calculation. The two positions, the x-ray machine, and then the contract cost for DivDat totaled over $211,000 in additional cost.
Are some of those one-time fees, or what were you saying?
The $10,000 would be a one-time purchase. Everything else would be ongoing.
So approving these two positions, yeah, it would cost 200,000.
Plus whatever increases come down the road. Right?
Sure, let's say everything equal 200,000 a year.
And these are full-time positions?
That's what
'Cause
they're asking for.
Currently, they're part-timers.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I thought these were brand new. No.
No, so these would, adding the additional clerk, full-time clerk will be a brand-new clerk. So we will increase from 8 to 9 clerks.
Okay,
Okay.
so in September, the grant funded would go away.
Yes.
And then you would have the ability from any additional money we give you to add these two full-time positions.
Yes.
Okay.
What grant is it?
It is it's a supplemental grant through the Michigan State Police related to the COVID backlog.
Thank you. I had one clerical issue, or not issue, question, Ms. Walton, are there any other changes other than the court budget that's in the agenda document? I was assuming that the agenda document is the same as what we've received before. But I see that it shows the changes requested by Mr.
The document that you just received?
No, and the agenda's on the website. This says, well, the agenda for today that's uploaded on the agenda management system says 3 court officers. The document we were just handed says 2 court officers. And then I think the, let me see here.
Councilmember DeMonico, if I may.
Sure.
The current staff levels for the court, as far as the court security, we have 2 full-time co-officers and then 1 part-time co-officer that's grant funded as well through the Michigan State Police grant.
Oh, but it's also at the bottom.
Yeah.
I think I understand your confusion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was there yesterday. But when I looked at this, so looking at the proposed budget, I was looking at the proposed budget and then I was looking at it against this document that we were given.
Yeah.
And when I looked at it against that, I was like, well, where's this third position coming from? But then as he stated, it's the part-timer, the grant-funded part-timer is where that third is coming from. And so what they're asking is that once the grant runs out, that we, in tonight's meeting, would make a move to add the funding so they could have that third person fully funded by us, not through the grant.
Correct.
Okay.
Sure. Well, I
So
think
you're
I'm even
referring-
more confused beyond that, though, because the document So the third from last line here, right, we say 2 court officers on what you just handed us.
Mm-hmm.
In the agenda for today, it says 3 court officers, 2 full-time, 1 part-time. But also the last line has the 2 grant funded positions. So now there's an additional part-time.
That's what you're talking about.
Okay, that's the part I think I was confused by.
It's
Multiple
That
things.
that's a clerical issue on my part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a clerical issue on my part. So
Take this instead of that.
So the
Okay.
updated document I gave you, it reflects the accurate numbers as far as staffing levels at the court.
Okay.
Okay, so if we go according to the document you gave us, just for one more matter of
Yeah, go ahead,
clarification.
go ahead.
I want to make sure we're sure when we make whatever motion.
No problem, Councilwoman.
When we look at this, you have listed chief judge, magistrate, which is part-time, judicial secretary, court recorder, court administrator, probation officer, 1 accountant, 2 court officers that are full-time, 9 district court clerks, 8 full-time, 1 part-time.
Yes.
And then you have the part-time clerk, part-time court officer.
Correct.
Okay. So I don't see, that says that that's the current staffing summary. That's what you currently have, right?
Yes.
And what you're asking is that in addition to what you currently have,
Mm-hmm.
that we add another district court clerk and another court officer?
Correct.
Okay, and full-time?
Yes.
Okay. And then that last line of the part-time clerk, part-time court officer would go away at the conclusion of September?
Correct.
Okay. So then we would be at 10 district court clerks and 3 court officers, all full, well, 3 full-time court officers, 9 full-time district court clerks, and 1 part-time district court clerk.
Correct.
Okay.
And then can I ask Ms. Walton again? So then, now I compared to the original budget and the new one, they are the same. So what's in the agenda packet online today is the same exact budget document we previously got, right? There's no,
That's correct. This is a document from Michael specifically that he had updated his document.
okay. I just wanted to make sure there weren't other changes.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I recently updated
Okay.
this document to present to council.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, council?
I did have another question. In your line item pertaining to education and training, has tripled. And I was wondering why.
We would like to do some culture training as far as, organizational, improving organizational climate at the court. There has been, some cultural shift in climate of a culture of organizational culture, and so we want to improve that by providing some a workshop for staff to improve their workplace happiness or improve their workplace culture. Also, we provided training to court administration as well as court clerical staff as well. There's never a significant amount of training given to them, but I think that's needed so they can elevate their skills and abilities while they're working at the court.
Is this anything that can be provided in-house through the city's HR department, or is there something that Scale provides, or where are you looking to get the training from?
Outside resources, external, outside from Scale and the court.
You've already identified, you or the judge have already identified those training
Yes.
resources? And is that because you don't feel like what could be provided through Scale or HR here is adequate?
No, yes, it's not adequate.
If I might ask, what organization are you looking at? Do you know which one has been identified?
Well, we reached out to a independent contractor that does workshops with organizations. I could, if you need that information, I could provide it to you at a later date. I don't have the company's name on hand, but there's an individual that is she's contracted out, and that person will come into court, do an entire workshop for the entire day to give that training to the court staff, including me.
When you went to go look at the different pricing for training, did you look at an overall comparison of different people that provide the same training?
Well, no, we didn't do that. We didn't do like any informal bidding or anything like that. We just got one proposal from, it was a referral. This person had, did this training several times, had a lot of industry credibility. And so that's why we went to that individual for the training.
And what's the name of this company?
I don't have the name.
So you don't have it?
Yeah, I could provide it to you at a later time.
Okay, and how much was the cost on that?
I believe it was $5,000.
And that's just for a one-day training?
Yes.
Okay, for how many people is that?
For the entire court staff.
Oh, for
Yeah,
staff,
20,
okay,
yeah.
they charge per person, or is it a group, is it, when I say that, can Eastpointe, staff here go to that as well? Does it cover it, is it, so, how many people does it cover, is it per person, how does that go?
So according to the proposal I received, it would just be dependent on the size, the group size, as well as what we would like to have happen during the training. What kind of workshops? Is it some pre-workshop things that we want done prior to her coming in to do the actual on-site training? And if we want some post stuff done as well, like things to happen after the on-site training. So
Okay.
it's kind of piece rated together to depend on what we're looking for.
Customized.
Yeah, customized to what our needs are.
Okay, that sounds good. Good job on that. All right, council, you ready to vote? Do you have any more questions, concerns?
I have a question for the finance director. Where are we going to get the additional $200,000 from?
Well, if you recall last year, there was a change where we took out a part-timer and added in a full-timer that was going to be an accountant that was going to do the garnishments and all that. That did not pan out, so we have not seen any extra revenue yet. They are finally starting to do some of the bond forfeiture, so that is coming in, but that will be short-lived because once they're caught up, it's done and over with. They have hired the new accountant that is going to start the garnishments. In fact, she started today, right?
No, she didn't.
She did not start today. Okay, she was going to start
She
today.
was, yeah.
Starting soon. That theoretically will bring in some additional revenue. But if that doesn't pan out, then there is no additional revenue.
So council previously created a remedy or an attempted remedy for this that didn't pan out. And so now we're being asked to throw another 200,000 at it with the possibility of that not panning out?
Good synopsis.
Okay.
I personally would have to say, the full-time court officer, we've been trying to get the court to move to part-time retired police officers because that's how most courts run it. For the $85,000 of pay and benefits, they could bring in 3 part-time court officers, have better coverage for the same amount of money. There is a resistance, I don't think it's Mike, but there's a resistance to do that, and full-timers cost a lot of money. The $10,000 for his x-ray machine, yeah, you gotta replace it. The DivDat option, there is a lot of, what was it, like $5 million of outstanding fines and fees?
Yes.
That would make it easier for people to pay. They're looking at doing a amnesty program to get some more funds in. That is justifiable because it should bring in money.
Mm-hmm.
The personnel, that's council's call. But,
So you're saying for the one, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
Mr. DeMonico, so you're saying for the one full-time, make sure I'm getting the right personnel part, the one full-time court officer, we could have 3 part-time? Am I
Cor-
looking at-
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple comments. I think in general, first of all, I think, and this is, I guess, like a statewide problem where all of the local jurisdictions have ownership over the budget of the court, and it's this thing where then all of the local city councils and stuff want to try and get the court to make the money that they should. But to me, over the years now, it's more, we should just be doing justice, not, if one year it's a lot less revenue coming from the court and one year it's not. I think as long as we're doing the right thing for people and, we're, ticketing and doing things for the right reasons, that's good. If we're, ticketing for silly things and just trying to make revenue, I don't think that's a good thing. To me, I think just on this, from our last judge to this judge, we added, let's see if Mr. McLeod, we added so I guess I have a couple questions before I finish. The accountant, was that a new position for the citywide, or was that someone from here that we moved over to the court?
That accountant position, so with the previous administrator, that accountant position, that was moved into a clerk role. That was prior to my tenure at the court. So I had no control over that position at that time. It's been my recommendation to, move that position into that role to start the process of garnishments, consistent bond forfeitures to, maintain consistent revenue for the court so we could, maintain operational costs as well.
Sure, but so I'm looking at last year's budget. There's no accountant listed. Yeah, you're saying it was a clerk. No.
That was the position that we went from a part-time position to a full-time. It was added at the budget session last year.
Oh,
So
okay.
it was added into the budget, but then never filled.
Oh, so we never filled. So basically,
It
there is
was
no-
filled with a clerk, not an accountant.
Oh, okay. But money-wise.
I won't call it
guess-
bait and switch, but it was a bait and switch.
Okay. Well,
Prior to me becoming.
it doesn't matter for my, so that's one new full-time position we're saying, right?
Yes.
And then 2 of the part-time clerks were made full-time. And that was last year, right? Because last year's budget was 6 full-time clerks, 3 part-time. At least in the adopted budget document I'm looking at for the 2022-2023 budget. And now this says 8 full-time, 1 part-time. Did we switch those last year, or?
That was.
I'm trying to figure out how many, because we added some positions, I thought, last year. What did
so
we
there
do
was,
last year?
and I remember because I was at budget, when, the council approved the addition of it was 7 full-time clerks. Council approved to transition a part-time clerk, one of the part-time clerks into a full-time clerk. So that increased the, full-time clerks to 8 positions. No, correction. It was to take a part-time clerk and make it into the finance accounting position. After the budget was approved, the court decided to take that finance position that was approved by budget and make it into a clerk role, which then transitioned from 7 full-time clerks to 8 full-time clerks.
So here's a quick question.
Yeah.
This one accountant that's on here,
That does not exist yet.
you don't have anyone in that
No.
role?
I don't have anybody in that role.
Okay.
Well, I guess I don't know the exact math, but we added positions last year, and I guess I think I am against adding more positions again this year. Just in general, I guess. And I don't want to add them to just try and, do bond forfeitures or garnishments and it sounds like that didn't really work out this last year either anyway, so just my thoughts.
The accountant that you're looking to fill, the accountant position you're looking to fill, your expectation is that they will work on the garnishments and the bond forfeitures?
Yep.
And my understanding is the bond forfeitures is a shorter process. The garnishments would be a more long-term
Yes, a more
process.
long-term, resolution. It would be one time a year where we dedicate towards like the end. I believe the deadline for garnishments is in November so they can start the garnishment process for the next income tax year.
One more question for Randy, because you're the numbers person. So if we were to keep the x-ray machine, the DivDat service agreement only, then we're just looking at an additional $50,000
Correct,
as opposed to 211.
correct.
The 211 is for the full-time positions, but on here it says that they would pretty much pay for themselves. Hoping,
Wishful thinking.
well, I know
Only
our,
one way to find out, but then it's too late to change it, so.
well, I know our court is one of the busiest in Macomb County.
We are the busiest one-judge court, probably in the Metro Detroit area. So the court needs it. Being over there firsthand, coming from, city administration to the court administration, seeing the firsthand, seeing the volume of cases, city attorney Albright can also attest to the volume that we see at the court daily. It is a very busy court, and the help is needed, so.
Is that, I know during COVID, we are really behind. We need to get caught up.
Yes.
So I know one of the council members talked about having, instead of having one full-time, having 3 part-time. Wouldn't that help you get ahead quicker to have 3 part-time than that 1 full-time?
That can be an option. Security is needed at the court. We would love to have a full-time, but if council so sees fit to approve us for 3 part-time co-officers, that would be tremendous. But security is needed at the court. I mean, we've had several incidents in the past few months with an officer being injured at the court, a defendant throwing the printer off. I have an email right here from a staff member that also has concerns for the security at the court. So security staffing is needed. I'm
sorry. I was thinking about, because you wanted a full-time clerk and a full-time police officer there, right?
Mm-hmm, yes.
So I was thinking about a full-time police officer, but 3 clerks to help with paperwork and things like that. 3 part-time clerks
Okay, yeah, we would take, the court would be.
with paperwork and
Yes,
then,
this court would definitely be satisfied with that.
'cause I think, now the part-time officer that you have, how is he doing there? Because I know being an ex-police officer, sometimes a lot of officers like to have you can keep people more when they're full-time.
Yeah,
They're more
yes,
dedicated.
and that's another reason the court. That's another reason the court is requesting the full-time positions, because they are more attractive as far as recruiting. But if the court, if council sees fit that part-time positions, we would be able to. We would recruit and on board for those positions as well.
How backed up are you all? As far as paperwork and getting cases done and things like that?
I would have to, bring those reports over here to provide numbers, but I mean, we're seeing consistent filings from last year. And it's basically the same numbers from the 22 and 21.
I know the 3 part-time would probably save us a little bit more money, the clerks, as far as benefits and health care. And you would get a lot more work done with 3 than 1. But as far as the police, I would, say full-time for safety and security purposes.
Yeah.
For the not only the patrons, but also the judge and the people that work there.
Correct. Thank you.
Counsel?
I do have one question for clarification Mr. Blum again. What would it cost us, or do we know, have we done a price out for what it would cost if we were to just, once the grant ran out, continue to pay for one part-time clerk and one part-time court officer? Do we know what that would look like for part-timers?
Yeah, we haven't really looked at that. I guess it depends on what the wage scale is. Do you know what kind of pay you were looking to do?
Well, it would, keeping
If
it-
they were part-time.
If they were part-time, between 18 and 20 an hour.
And the grant goes through September, so that's 4 months already, so you're talking. So, yeah, that'd be about 19,200 in wages. Between FICA and workers' comp, probably another 10% on top of that. So you're looking at, let's call it 21,000 per part-time for the balance of the fiscal year after the grant runs out. So about 42.
The reason I ask, and I want to be clear, I believe that the work that the court does is absolutely essential. And as somebody who's spent time in that area, I believe it's absolutely essential. That being said, I do have some concern from the standpoint that we do have a position that could generate the necessary revenue that is not currently filled.
Mm-hmm.
And so it does beg the question of whether we need to work a little harder, and I realize this is not on your tenure, but whether we need to work a little harder to fill that position first, generate the revenue there, as opposed to continuing to add more money in that direction without anything showing us that we're going to get a return on our investment. So that's my concern. And at the same time, I don't want to see staff taken away, because if you're on a good roll and you're finally making it uphill, it would really put a dent in your course to pull people out. So
How long the position for accountant been open? Over a year now?
I mean, it's been full, that accountant position, because it's a clerk position, the clerk has been put in that position. That position. So
So why are we still calling it an accountant position? Are they working as an accountant, or, I mean, a clerk doing accountant work? Because
it's a clerk, and they're doing some of they're helping out with some of the accounting stuff, so,
okay.
yes.
but if I understand correctly, you just changed the nature. You were given
We
by council
yes.
money for an accountant position.
Correct.
But instead, the court turned around and made it a clerk
Yeah,
position.
they added-
So
they
they
added
didn't
it,
take
yes.
advantage of the opportunity to use it for what it was intended for.
Correct. Prior to my administration.
So that's why we don't have anyone in that actual position.
Correct.
So is it out for, is it posted now?
No, it's
To
not
be
posted,
filled?
it's not posted now.
But you have that money in your, do you have that money in your
No,
budget?
no, because that money is dedicated towards a clerk that's in the position.
So either way, we've got an additional position that's got to be filled. I mean, got to be paid for.
Yes, correct.
Well, I think if we have money set aside for a position and it's not filled, it's just money that's sitting there. I don't think we have
So
to use
That money,
it.
that money that was given for the accountant position was then moved into the clerk role. So there's no money there's no open position right now because all positions are filled. It was just that the previous administrator moved that position into a clerk role. And instead of having 7 clerks in the finance accountants, they now have just 8 clerks.
But the accountant, hold on 1 second.
So then it should actually be different then, right? Is what you're saying?
Correct, yes, correct. That should be
That shouldn't
different.
be there. That shouldn't
Yes.
say one accountant.
Yes. So my apologies, Councilmember.
So I guess my question would be, if you, like the councilman was saying, you have accountant up there and you move the clerk position to an accountant, that person who you moved to the accountant position that we had funds there, did you pay them as an accountant when they were a clerk?
No, they were union clerks, so we.
Do clerks and accountants get the same pay rate?
No, they don't.
Okay. So where did the rest of the money come from when you put her in the clerk position, but how much the accountant get paid over there? Do you have some type of idea?
No, it was budgeted at $55,000 for an accountant.
Okay.
So that position was that position was then moved into a clerk. So that position,
Right.
instead of the court administrator, the previous court administrator hiring a finance accountant, they just added on to the clerks. They added an additional clerk instead of doing that. Now I'm not sure why that was done
Okay.
at the time. It wasn't, again, I wasn't at the court at that time. But yes, that money that was allocated towards the finance accountant for the court was then moved into a clerk position, and they hired an additional clerk.
Okay.
If that was clear, does that provide a little bit of clarification?
Yeah, because I think you said that a couple times. I guess it was just, when you move a position to when you already have the title and the amount you're paying that person, and then you move that person to that title when they're not supposed to get paid that, but you just decreased the amount that everybody was getting. You made it equal to the rest of the
it was just
getting.
it was just moved into a union clerk position. They got
Okay.
whatever the union wages for that clerk position was.
Okay, so
Yes.
this shouldn't be on here. So, because I want to try to, well, this is me talking. So the 3 part-time positions as far as the clerk and then the full-time officer, would that help you be, the court to be run efficiently and effectively
Correct. That would help tremendously.
compared to what you put on here prior to that 1 clerk and 1 officer? Would that be effective?
That would be effective. If we had additional staffing for the clerk's role, if we had additional staff from the clerk's role and then added additional security officer, a full-time officer, that would be a tremendous help to the court. We'd be able to do a lot more work efficiently and be effective for the residents of Eastpointe.
Council? I don't even know that, because if we do change your proposal, we don't have the numbers of 3 part-time clerks compared to 1 full-time. So that was included with benefits and things like that.
Yes.
Correct? Mr. Blum, I think you can probably get those numbers too when you.
Yeah, I can do some
when you
calculations
get a
tomorrow,
chance. Yeah.
get them out.
But that should save us a lot more money if we're not paying healthcare costs and things like that.
Right,
Okay, so it'd be less than the 211,000,
should be.
should be.
Mayor, for clarification, are you saying, so Mr. Blum had proposed that 1 full-time officer role could be filled with 3 part-timers for the same amount, but you're talking about the clerk, increasing clerks, not officers,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Because they're backlogged with a lot of paperwork. So I think you mentioned 3 to 1, and I think having 3 clerks would be better than that 1.
What I'm wondering is, do you have within the group that you have, anyone who is able to be promoted to fill your current account position? So that within the budget that you're currently working with, is there someone who has the skill and the education that could be promoted to the accountant position that you already had, so that you make it right based on what council awarded last year?
That's a possibility. We will have some qualified applicants
In-house.
if posted the position in-house internally.
And the reason I ask that, because at the end of the day, if you need someone dedicated to bring revenue in, and you have the position already there, you're already paying it, although at a reduced rate, right? So you would have posted it at 55. If I go based on what you have here, it looks like the court clerks only make 45. So you're an additional 10 that's sitting there still waiting for that accountant position. But that notwithstanding, if you transition someone that's already on staff into the finance accountant role to do exactly what you need done, which is the garnishments and bond forfeitures, which would then generate the revenue that you need to even be able to hire any additional positions. To me, that makes sense at this juncture. Or do I have it all wrong?
We would still, I mean, we would still be at that point where, yeah, we're doing that, we're doing the financials, we're doing the bond forfeitures, but the workload is still the same. So we would still have that continuous workload, and now that we're taking the clerk out of that role, we have, so it's compounding work on the other clerks.
And I also think that if that person, because we usually do, it's been something that we have always done, we try to hire internally first. So I believe if you were hiring an accountant and you saw those skills and the people that already work there or they want to apply for it, I think we wouldn't have put a clerk there, we would have transitioned them to an accountant. Right?
Correct, yeah, no, correct, I completely agree, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, I have one quick question for Mr. Blum, or maybe Ms. Walton. And I think we said it earlier, just want to confirm again, we should have the accountant position in the adopted last year, like fiscal '23 budget, right? Is that what you said? We approved that last year?
Correct.
Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
So-
You'll see on the supervisor non-union line, that's where the accountant position was budgeted. So you see a substantial increase in that line item.
Well, I was going to say too, okay, that's fine in the line item. I guess I'm going by the budget document, the one I think we just posted a couple months ago, and obviously approved it last June. We don't go back and edit the text in the document then? Because it's not listed. It's like, I'm just trying to do a quick apples to apples. If we're going to look at, the line item's going to be a lot harder to, but I was just looking at the staffing summary. We didn't go back and add that in then before we finish the document? Like the accountant position's not listed there for last year's position.
Each department was supposed to do their own updates for the final document. So I update the numbers, each department does their write-up, and
Okay.
it should have been updated, though.
Well, I guess if we can in the future at least, because, I think make it a lot easier for the discussion too, of course. Thanks.
Where are we at with some of your ideas, Council? I know Councilwoman DeMonico already said no additional, correct?
Yeah, so wait, the DivDat was yearly fee? It cost 40, is that what we were saying?
Yeah, there will be some upfront programming, my understanding, Mike, you can correct me, but I believe it's going to be $2,500 a month ongoing.
So,
Okay.
if you don't mind, so with the DivDat machine, it'll increase accessibility for litigants to pay for costs and fines because it's going to be all over the Detroit metro area. That's DivDat also, 36th District Court, City of Detroit is also on DivDat. Great recommendations from them. It also, their system also integrates with our case management system, so that way they will be able to call DivDab and ask DivDab how much are their fines and costs and pay over the phone, use the app, kiosk at City Hall. So with, adding this third-party service, payment service to the court's, fines and costs, system, we would be able to increase revenue that way as well.
Mr. Blum, what do we pay for the city right now per month?
Our contract is for $2,000 a month plus transaction fees. So we're the same, probably around $2,500 a month.
Oh, it is that high?
Yeah.
For
Our
some
first
reason in
year
my
was
head-
free, so you haven't seen anything yet. The year ended back in December, and our first bills are just starting to come in. So
I thought we approved, I don't know, off the top of my head, it was like 1,000 or 1,500. You're saying it's gonna be 2,500 a month?
it's $22,000 a month flat amount for the kiosk and the network, and then there's per transaction fees that are totaling around $500 a month.
What's
Yeah.
the calcul,
Oh.
sorry, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I guess just all of them, like you said, Madam Mayor, I think for me, not the two new positions, but the X-ray and DivDat is where I'm at.
What's the calculated, cost of revenue that you, calculated for the DivDab?
I don't have any, just throw y'all the number. I don't want to just do that.
Oh, okay,
Mayor.
no, thought you had some type of idea, but I know it's probably gonna be worth it as far as,
So in communication with DivDab about their services, we would be able to, if we were able to get the DivDab and then sealed and everything, they would then help us even promote our amnesty program as well,
okay.
that we plan to do in the future.
Yes, ma'am. As many as you want.
All right. I'm just wondering, Mr. Blum, you might be more equipped to answer this, or Mr. Michael, you could answer it as well. If we were to add the DivDat, the X-ray machine, which I agree with Mr. DeMonico, I think those are essentials even to just being progressive and updating our system and generating revenue. But if we were to add those, that's 50,000, and we were to also later in the year take on the cost of the part-time clerk and the part-time officer that are already there so that we don't lose staffing, do you think that we would reasonably be able to generate enough revenue? And if the court was to hopefully be able to hire in-house from their current pool and move someone up into the accountant position, do you think we would be able to generate that additional 92,000 in revenue that will come from the cost of those two part-timers, the DivDat and the X-ray machine?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion unless someone else has questions. Mr. Curley, is that it?
You wanna say
Maybe
anything?
one more quick thing about the DivDat machine. Randy, I pulled up our motion we approved was $1,000 a month plus transaction fees. You're saying we'd be in charge $2,000?
I'll have to go back and look. I thought it was 2,000, but I'll check it tomorrow.
Yeah, because that's what's on the agenda in September 2021 here. Because then this is expensive, I think, if it's going to be that much more it seems like we should get a better deal for the court. I mean, I think we should do it, but it seems like we should get a better deal. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Councilman Curley didn't have anything to say. You want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we approve the court's budget with the change to take on the two part-time employees, the part-time clerk, part-time court officer at the conclusion of the grant funding. And with the addition of the $10,000 for the X-ray machine, $40,000, which hopefully Mr. Blum can get less for the DivDat machine, and also encourage the court to possibly look at filling that financial accountant position in-house.
I'll support the motion.
The motion is,
Just one quick clarification. So then you're saying the grant fund, again, sorry if I missed this, the grant funded positions, we would just pick up and continue the two part-time positions for the rest of the fiscal year, was your motion?
So,
Just not grant funded?
right, so the part-time clerk and the part-time court clerk position, when those end at the end of September 30th, that we would then pick them up for an amount not to exceed $42,000, and that included not just wage, but also any benefits.
Right.
Right? So for a total package amount not to exceed $42,000 with that.
Okay.
And so for the total, including DivDat and X-ray, not exceed $92,000.
you got motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
No.
Mayor Owens?
No. I'm saying no because I would rather have you have 3 and save us some money hiring 3 for more efficiency and be more effective, because we just had that conversation. You said that would help if you had more.
Yes, that would help.
So should I make my own motion?
Well, I have a question, Madam Mayor. Since the motion failed, the motion failed probably because of the addition of other than what the budget had said here, the presented budget, right?
It
I mean,
failed.
your motion, you added the
I made
personnel.
I made a change. So what he was requesting was the addition of a full-time, 2 full-time positions.
Right.
I made the change, my motion was that rather than add 2 full-time positions, to essentially add 2 part-time positions, because we would take the grant-funded positions and take over those.
Yeah, I understand that.
What Mayor is saying is,
With the
Well, I
full-time
think-
stuff.
Without the additional requests
Okay.
on our budget book, yeah, okay. City manager just coded it up in our budget book.
Without the additional request.
I just don't want the court to walk away and tell the judge tomorrow that we don't have a budget, we don't have any money, period, 0. So my motion would just be clarification of what all the stuff that they're asking for now, the extra.
Yeah, what he handed us, right,
Yeah.
is what you're saying is your motion?
What I'm saying is the
Oh,
budget
okay.
within your book that was
Sorry.
presented, that we walked in with.
can we get clarification from the finance director on what the financial impact is, so that we understand it against all the other numbers we've been talking about tonight?
Which motion?
The feeling here is to do that plus the x-ray machine and DivDat, maybe then?
No, because he needs the staff.
Yes.
Well, no, I guess with
Oh.
Mr. Curley was,
No, I don't mind
you don't want to do either of those
revising
either?
my motion to include what you just mentioned, the x-ray and,
All right. So the motion then from you, Mr. Curley, then would be what's in our original proposed city manager budget plus the
plus,
x-ray machine and DivDat services as
Yep.
provided by Mr. McLeod today.
that would be it.
All right, I will second that motion.
Okay,
If we can have discussion.
sure. Oh, I don't know.
I do share.
Ask the mayor.
I do share the mayor's concern. 30th.
Yep.
That was my only concern, but
Well,
That's why I was saying, just trying to say, since this just came today in front of us, and we're talking about hiring 2 full-time employees, I was just saying, hire the security full-time, and instead of 1 full-time clerk, let's do 3 part-time. That saves us money as far as health benefits, costs, and things like that. Plus, he gets more employees to help with the backlog. So we're still saving money and we get more employees. More clerks, less money. That's all I was saying.
I think the concern with what you're presenting, Mayor, and Mr. Blum can correct me if I'm wrong.
Have a couple months under our belt to see if the revenue is generated that has been suggested that's going to happen. And you could actually come back before September when the grant runs out and do a budget amendment to add people at that point. Because then you'll have some data under your belt to show that it's working.
That makes sense.
yeah, I think that would be the solution.
So if you
Going
approve it
forward.
with the DivDat and the x-ray machine,
Yeah.
with a revisit in August for potentially adding it back.
That's a nice amount of time not to have extra staff. We need them.
Yes, that's,
I'm saying, but for us to get a majority vote, I guess we're gonna have to move on to what majority is seeking, and that is the DivDab and the $10,000 x-ray. But again, he's still missing out on staff, and it's, the court is getting the backlog. That's why I was thinking about the 3 part-time and, 3 part-time, and he just talked about the security there that the court is, is getting a little bit high as far as safety purposes. We just can't leave that out, walk away and say, okay, people are getting hurt and we just gonna get two machines.
I think, Mayor, in terms of total staffing, I guess this is where I was sticking with no additional.
Recess. Oh, yeah.
My own
Give that. Give that. Okay, 3 part-timers, X-ray
When
machine.
the grant runs out.
Let's see. Oh. We've only been on this one department for an hour. Tell me that we get another one for an hour, we're not gonna get out of it. Huh?
What is it?
I mean, Randy brought it.
Yeah, not a problem.
Back in September, because they're gonna, they can operate between now and then. That guy over there
Bad boy, I don't know. Misbehaves, is that better? He misbehaves.
Well, we're not gonna solve this. She keeps adding. Who's that? Who's that? The woman.
That's the lady better. She has the autism place. They have a t-shirt company. Her and her husband.
She wants to get autism.
Yeah, she wants to open an autism center. Pretty much the same. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Madam Mayor? We're back in session. Hello?
We're back in session. Can everyone get back to their seats, please? Thank you, Councilman.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna let you finish and then I'm gonna make a comment.
Well, I was going to...
Here, the accountant position, as it is in our packet, is not currently filled.
It's not currently
Right,
filled.
rather than filling that position, the court funded an additional clerk.
Correct.
And while the clerks do some processing, what they are not doing is what the financial accountant would do, which would be the garnishments and the bond forfeitures,
Correct.
which would generate more revenue.
Correct. That-
Okay. And then the two part-time positions, the part-time clerk, the part-time court officer, those two positions are currently grant funded, and that grant ends at the end of September. So they're aware that they will be out of a job at the end of September, and we would be down 2 part-time employees
Correct.
in 2 different sections of the court.
Yes.
So, well, I'll leave it there.
So, your motion that's on the floor is to,
Well, I wanted...
That was not.
That was
last
it wasn't in the last one, sir.
So for one police officer.
One officer, one full-time officer in the courts for safety purposes and 3 part-time
No,
clerk.
are you talking about in the motion that I made?
No, the motion that he
It
made the
wasn't.
first
You
time.
didn't have the police.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I had 1 part-time court officer, 1 part-time clerk.
Okay. 3 part... Here we go.
3
Madam Mayor.
part-time clerk.
Three part-time, one court officer, the x-ray machine, and DivDat.
You said 3 part-time clerk, 1 part-time officer,
Yeah.
div dad x-ray?
One of the part-time would only be a partial year, the other 2 would be for the full year. So you're looking at 28, 21. Well, actually, that comes out to a couple bucks more than what was presented here, because that would be $77,000 for the 3 part-time clerks, 2 of them being 12 months, 1 of them being 8 months. So you'd be looking at $212,000 with what was just motioned,
And first it was 211,000.
211, 423.
So we paying a little bit more for 2 extra workers then,
Part-time work.
in addition to your comment, just to add, how hard is it to find part-time officers, Director Rohit?
Depends what the pay scale is.
Oh,
If we're gonna pay $18 an hour here and down the road they're paying 25 an hour, they're gonna go down the road.
okay. Any more discussion? You got motion and support, please call the roll.
I hope I have this right. Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
No,
Councilmember DeMonico.
No.
So I'm going to make a motion to, with the budget that is set before us originally,
The court was $2,500 a month.
Okay,
I'm going back to check the finance contract.
okay. Okay, motion and support, please call the roll.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz.
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Madam Mayor,
Yes,
I would like to make a motion that we revisit this budget in July as opposed to waiting until August, with the hopes that the court by then is able to fill the accountant position, begin to generate some revenue, and we can come back and look at adding, potentially adding more staff if that, we deem that that's necessary at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So for the Economic Development Fund, I'm going to be presenting on that, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Homan to present on the DDA fund. The budget before you is largely unchanged from last year, so just continuing on and trying to fill the very big shoes that Ms. Homan created in the role previously. The one exception, I would say, or the one exciting addition would be the CDAM fellow that's going to be joining us here in the next couple of weeks. But other than that, we're continuing on our redevelopment ready.
Or Ms. Holman's gonna do that.
Ms. Homan was we're still in the process of transitioning that piece, so I did want to give her an opportunity to share that section of,
Okay.
The budget.
So we are doing two separate budgets, and we're gonna do a motion on each different, separate ones. Okay. Okay. Wanna do it together? Okay. So you know how that's gonna go. We can do a separate budget for the Economic Development Council.
Motion to approve the economic development budget?
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz.
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Now we're gonna go to the DDA.
Thank you.
Yes, please go up there. So he can see you.
Road construction and the fact that those lights are obsolete. We're looking at different options. And then, of course, the DDA is still moving ahead with finding grants to create a marketplace behind the library. If I may add a footnote, even though Sue, our library director, has gone, with Ian's help, the Clinton River Watershed Council has selected Eastpointe to partner in partnership with the Detroit Zoo to do a bird watching event at the library May 18th. They were looking to continue the partnership after that with the zoo, and Ms. Todd jumped in with enthusiasm. So we are really excited they got $10,000 through the facade improvement, but they've exponentially expended so much more than that. So we're looking forward to them opening.
Now, I guess I should have asked this when he was up there. It didn't come to me till now. Now with the facade that you all have for the DDA, are you guys gonna have that with our new membership? For 9 Mile and Kelly and
So
like
Mr.
that.
McCain has applied to a number of grants. That is one of his highest priorities, is finding resources that could be used either toward marketing or toward facade improvement for business owners actually all over the city. So he's got a couple of initiatives up his sleeve, even though they're short sleeves. A couple of initiatives up his sleeve, but I have to tell you.
Next item of the budget agenda is the clerk, and I am going to give that to our city manager, Ms. Walton. How you doing tonight?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, you gotta go up there
to the
too.
side.
Or stand up.
No favoritism here. Go.
Well, first I want to say this is a very exciting budget this year. With Prop 22.2, there are definitely some changes that are coming down the line that we'll have to prepare for as legislation comes down. But overall, we'll go through clerks initially. There is a decrease in personnel services. We did lose a very experienced member, so there is a lower cost there for the city on the clerk side. But in general, all the expenses there are very similar. The election department, we do have an increase in personnel services. We have to run the election.
Budget presentation for the clerk election and RCV department.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes?
Councilmember Cobb Muniz.
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Next item is police. And we have our Director of Public Safety, Mr. Director Rohead. Good evening, Director. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Very good. Before I start, I always like to let the public know, I'll just give them a few stats on the police department from last year. In respect to calls for, as it gradually went on, the costs have dropped a lot. So in respect, this budget coming up, the staffing levels remain the same, but I'll talk to you about that in a second. There's no building updates for this next budget. We're looking at, hopefully, if everything goes right, we'll have a new police and court complex in the future, but as of now, there's no more building updates. And honestly, the way the building is now, we invested a lot of money. It looks very professional, and the employees are happy, and our customers that come in the door are happy. Overtime's been cut by 20%, next getting tired. And if we implement a traffic bureau, you're going to have 2 designated officers. That's all they're going to do is work in the subdivisions, not on Gratiot or 8 or 9 Mile. They will be in the subdivisions. They will light up the subdivisions. They will let the people know that they're there. They also, I like to train them in motor carrier enforcement. Any big trucks coming down the subdivision, if they're overweight, they will enforce that. They will be trained in investigating fatal accidents, and also they will take all the accidents. So if they're taking accidents, that will leave our police officers on the street to answer calls. And we do anywhere from 75 to 90 calls a day here in Eastpointe, so very busy. So the 2 officers, they came in, I would say approximately anywhere between, also, if I did hire 2 and we wanted to switch it around, I could always leave 1 for traffic, and I can pull 1 because I like to make a special operations team here. They will work the night hours in the subdivisions. There'll be 4 officers. I would change up the whole drug unit. They're going to be looking for people stealing cars, breaking into cars, breaking into home, breaking into businesses. There will be a 4-person crew, so right now I only have 3, so the 1 person can go to that. So you can customize it any way you want, but no matter what, it will make the department more efficient, and I think it would definitely reduce a lot of crime here. Secondly, it's unfortunate, but when they call me, I can't say yay or nay because I have to come in front of council first. And the time we set up the council meeting and put it on the agenda, it's over with. So I'm just wondering if we can do something whereas we can agree on, let's say next fiscal year, that we can get up to 2 lease cars during that fiscal year, and we'll set a range, say $950 to $1,350 per car. If I can get approval beforehand, I can tell them, go ahead and order the cars, and I can come back to council as long as I didn't for the most part, they're updated too. And again, we're not investing in the building. So you're in great shape with the police department. So that's the only considerations I ask. And I know it's a lot of money. However, it's a need, not a want. And I've been asking for several years, and I need police officers here. And that's it. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to ask.
I thought we was fully staffed with officers. We've been giving you the officers you've been asking for.
Maybe 3 years ago, we increased our staff. The department used to have over 50-plus officers. We're at 44 right now, and I'm one of them.
You're not ready for the questions we might.
Yeah.
Not ready for the questions we might.
Yes,
you don't know
no.
we're going to ask sometimes.
Well, I've been submitting reports, what our progress has been. I think they went out there maybe 10 times, 3 officers for 4 hours a shift. We wrote, I bet you, close to 800 tickets. You know, they're writing 3 guys, 10, 20, 30, maybe 45, 50 tickets in 3 hours. But what's good about it, you're in the subdivisions, you're lighting up the subdivisions, you're deterring crime. People are seeing it, the citizens are seeing it. They get excited. And it's, you know, especially we have a lot of auto thefts here. And you put a police car in these subdivisions and light them up at night, you'll see the auto thefts go down too, and larceny from autos too. And they don't take the overtime. A lot of them won't take the overtime. They convert it to comp time. So at the end of the year, they get to cash out on that. So the majority of the department's taking comp time, and that's why that bank has been increased. We have 5 different comp banks. I wish I can explain them all to you. There's 5 different ones, because certain people work nights, days, it's all different pay levels, so it's very complicated. But the easiest way to answer it, they're not taking the overtime, all of them, they're taking comp time, and that comes out of that particular bank, and that's why that bank has been increased.
Understood. And then my next question was with respect to, in the proposed budget on page 79, you say that we're looking to add an officer to Eastpointe High School.
Yes,
It says that the school will pay 75% of the officer's salary, but then it says 50% of that is grant funded.
that's,
So 50% of the 75%?
that's projected, that's an assumption right now. We're still trying to work out a deal with the high school, but back, I don't know how many council meetings ago, the council voted, we would allow an SRO in the school, but the school would have to pay 75% of the salary. Now, the school, I worked with the school superintendent, a grant was obtained, I believe it was for $187,000 for a 3-year period. The agreement still stands, even though the grant's paying 50%, they have to come up with another 25%. You know, that's what the council wanted at the time. So that's, and again, we're still negotiating that. They're having trouble with the 25%. So that's something that, you know, the school administration is going to have to work out with council. But right now, I mean, if that was approved, then we would have to hire an additional officer, because our officer assigned to the Detective Bureau would have to go to the school, and I'd have to replace that position. So that's, I don't know what's going to happen with that. Right now, that's up in the air. But the agreement is the school pays 75%. They can use 50% of the grant, and 25% they're going to have to come up on their own. So that's where we're at with that.
Okay, and then the city is only liable for 25%?
Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
Yes.
One thing I'd like to point out is we do have the school reimbursement in the revenue, and we have the officer in the budget.
Traffic officers?
The way the budget was presented, it was remaining the same. But because when we develop our budget, we don't add people on. That's why we come here, we try to figure out where we're at. I guess that's why you call it a workshop, but yes, the budget as you see it, it's 44 sworn, or we can say 45 if the school hires one, but I'm requesting to increase that number by 2, you know, for the traffic bureau. So.
And so those 2 are not in the current numbers, correct?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Walton, you support the 2 additional officers then?
That's a tough one. I understand the director's position on it. I know that we have the additional enforcement. I know it did start a couple months ago. So similar to the court, my recommendation would be to see what the special enforcement does, see if we can get a school resource officer in place. If not, and a school resource officer doesn't work, potentially look at, once that agreement is finalized, increasing an additional officer at that time. If the special enforcement and task force that he has created has been successful in reducing crime in the city.
Were you done, Councilman DeMonico?
Just one other quick question. I'm all set for that. The vehicles, I thought when we talked about enterprise, I thought we were rotating all the vehicles out, and I thought all of the police vehicles were going to be through enterprise, but you're saying we still need 2 more than when we talked about that?
In our fleet, our marked vehicles, there's 3 vehicles still, they're not leased, they're not through enterprise. We try to use them as much as we could. So that's only 3. We have 3 left. One's the K-9 vehicle, one's the command vehicle, and one's just a regular patrol vehicle. Those are the only ones left that are not associated with enterprise.
Okay. So I thought when we talked about it, I guess so, just one of the 3 then, I thought we we're doing all patrol vehicles through enterprise, I thought is what we talked about.
At the time, we didn't have to replace the three that I'm talking about. We didn't have to replace them because they didn't have that many miles on them, and they were in really good shape. So, instead of paying that lease, the lease costs
Called a new vehicle.
Okay.
And it's just ordering the cars. When they call me, I have to make a decision right there. But again, I can't have a council meeting that night, so I just wish we can come up with something until they start producing more vehicles. Because everyone's struggling in the county getting police cars, or we go back to Chargers, and I don't want to go to Chargers because the tires are like butter, and the front ends are terrible, and they have the engine knocks, and I don't want to go there again.
Councilwoman, if Mr. DeMonico was done.
I'm all set.
Okay, Councilwoman.
So I'll start with the vehicles. What's the financial impact of the lease, in addition to the numbers we already have?
It's about we'll go high end for a vehicle, and and this includes maintenance agreement too. They do all the maintenance. We'll say $1,300 per vehicle per month. That includes all the maintenance.
Times two.
Times two, yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, 15.6, so you're looking at 31,200 additional lease. Now, there's no way that's gonna start July 1st.
No.
So maybe half of that, throw 15,000 additional in, assume that we get them mid-year.
And then my next question is, with respect to the police officers and the special ops team, do we anticipate having some numbers to maybe look at so that, like the court, we could come back in July and evaluate?
Yes, we can do that.
We also should have all the contracts settled by then, so we'll have a much better picture of where we're actually at. I mean, right now, we're surplus, but before the contracts are settled, so.
Sounds good. So, council, you want to make a motion for more discussion on approval of what's set before us and additional add-ons to what the director put forth to us tonight, what was recommended by the Mr. Blum. Since we are still in negotiations, we want to make sure we do that first. I think that's fair, so we can know what we were paying our officers, and we have a good amount in front of us of what they're getting paid and their health care and things like that. So, council.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the budget as.
One time, someone mentioned to me, because I was concerned about the cars, and I know where the guy lives, he said, Harvey, find out where he lives, call the police department, give them the address and what this person's doing, and we would send somebody down there and say, hey, we were getting complaints about you going 50, 60, 70 miles an hour down the street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, folks, if somebody's going down your street, if you'd be amazed, and I'm babbling now, Madam Mayor, so forgive me, but you'd be amazed how many people that speed down the street live on that street. So I turned this guy in, and he didn't appreciate it, so I'm a little.
That was brave.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous because he said, "Did you turn me in?" I said, "Yeah, yes." So I haven't gotten shot yet, or my windows aren't broke. But you need to do that, folks. You don't have to tell the guy down the street that you just turned him in, but
No, you don't.
let the police help us.
I don't recommend that.
No, but let's look at that in July and think about people going through the stoplights. They do.
They do.
Yep. Okay, thank you,
I
ma'am.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. It's something I've been talking about for a while, especially the street that I stay on, instead of people can't turn left on Kelly Road, they turn left on my street, and they speed right through, I don't even know why it's a yield sign there, nobody yields or stops, so, once those, union contracts, come and they're fair and things are done right, I don't see myself, not going against that, what you asked. We have motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Do you want to do the animal control? I have animal control. That'd be real easy.
That's fine.
Summer, we can do something with microchipping at City Hall, team up with a rescue, and things like that. So the animal control garage it looks very nice. It's very clean. The dogs are in good hands, but we just need more help, you see all the stray dogs we have in town here, unfortunately. And, but one officer, no.
So it's pretty challenging to hire animal control.
It's very challenging.
Even if we open two, we keep
Yes.
losing them.
It's very challenging. It's a lot of work. And, you're dealing with aggressive dogs a lot of the times, and they snap at you. And, it's just a lot of work taking care of one dog, let alone three in there.
Director, is it the pay in these exit interviews?
One thing was the pay. My last animal control officer, great guy. And that was a huge loss for the department. It was pay and basically he was overworked.
Because I guess before, so the budget says one full-time, one part-time, right? And you're saying two full-time?
This budget here is for 2 full-time.
And the
The
one
20
from the city manager says that too?
Oh, mine says, it says 2 full-time animal control officers, 104,000.
It says the part-time officer will assist the full-time officer. Where am I?
Are you reading the narrative?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably from this current budget, because this current budget, we had a part-time, it was budgeted for a full-time and a part-time, but we couldn't
Wait,
do
so,
it.
well, sorry, I guess there's more, the narrative doesn't match the line item? Is that what we're saying?
So the line item on page 38, on the dog warden, GL number 101-430-702.200, on the city manager's budget, is budgeted for 2 full-time animal control officers.
So, is the answer to my question, no? So then the narrative does not match the line item?
Correct.
Well, I guess I was going to suggest instead of one part-time and one full-time, we increase the pay of the full-time. I know it still doesn't solve the problem of the weekends and stuff. I know you're suggesting now I guess I don't know who's suggesting what, I guess, at this point, since the narrative.
It is the level of work for one individual and the interactions and encounters with animals that emotionally impacts one person to manage in our entire community. I know just from in the past 2 weeks, our building official, our assistant city manager have also rescued a dog, or actually 2 dogs. I actually bumped into Councilmember Stacy Communis, who her family was at the police department one night. I was dropping off some materials at the police department, and her family had rescued a dog. But it is very emotionally taxing when you rescue animals and you witness a lot of things that animals have gone through. And that is one of the issues with the previous animal control officer, that is a lot of work for one person. And having an additional full-time animal control officer, they can kind of share that workload. And if they've rescued an animal and have kind of hit their limit with the things that they've done in terms of rescue, someone else can kind of tag team and take another case that is taxing. This position actually has been paid at the highest level of the classification system approved by civil service, but I am open, and if council approves an increase of that, I would take that to civil service and approve to increase that to the next grade.
Are we competitive with other communities? What's the What's our pay grade compared to other communities? Are we competitive or no?
I don't have the classification system with me, but I can do a full review. MML does a wage survey every year. It does sometimes take time depending on the time frame in the specific position for MML to post those jobs. But I can certainly do that review, and then along with the other recommendations, we could bring back potentially to increase in July if you would like to. But my recommendation, just to be clear, is to move forward with the 2 full-time animal control officers.
I think I agree with the 2 full-time, because you can get paid a lot of money, but if the work is too much, you don't care about the money. So if someone is sharing that, that workload, I think that would be fair.
Yes, and to clarify, as the finance director has mentioned, the intent is to stagger the positions so that they're not working at the same time, but that you have some weekend and evening coverage, because we do see an increase of complaints in after-hours times.
Personally, of having to deal with her at least twice just in the last month. And she did a phenomenal job, but at the same time, I have to be honest, that's not a job that I would want. And so I think it takes a very special person to do it. And I'm grateful that we have had staff, people who staff that position, who have not only the expertise, but also the compassion that it takes to have that job. So I would like to see us do 2 full-time as well.
Is that a motion, Councilwoman?
And with that, I'll make a motion. I didn't want to make it prematurely in case someone else had questions.
Well, I'll second it.
Motion and support, please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes?
Councilmember DeMonico?
No.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is the drug enforcement budget, sir.
The drug enforcement budget's like a crapshoot, because we don't know, we can project revenue. We can project 50,000's coming in, but we don't know. It all depends on some of the search warrant executions our officers do, and also we have an officer assigned to the DEA. He's only been there less than a year, so we won't see any return on that probably for another 6 months. So basically, it's a crapshoot. The only thing we are taking 2 officers' salary out of the drug forfeiture with benefits, and there's some certain equipment that we plan on buying, some capital equipment, such as we want to improve our drone. We want to use that for raids, or if we have a barricaded gunman situation, we use the drone to capture footage, take pictures if possible, to give the officers an idea of what's going on in there. We're also looking at, it's called TrueNarc. It's a device where the officers, right now, we're dealing with a lot of fentanyl on the street. And you know what happens when fentanyl gets on your skin? I mean, you can overdose immediately. This machine, basically, it's like one of those guns at, let's say, the supermarket. You just point it at the object and it tells you what's in the bag. It's pretty accurate. And most departments are going to that. We can also obtain some grant money for that also. And the other 2 things, I believe, was we want to get another license for our PenLink software for our cell phones to enhance our police investigations. That technology it's unbelievable, the technology from that cell phone. We've solved so many violent crimes with that. And I think, and night vision. They want to set a night vision to do surveillance at night here. And that's it. I mean, we just hope that we keep building the fund. The fund has been built. It's being built up over the years. We hope it continues. So I don't want to get into too much detail, but it helps the officer with the investigation with cell phone records, deleting files. We can obtain those files if they delete them, what websites certain people are going on. If, let's say, we arrest a sexual predator, we can use this information and find out what links he's going on. But again, you have to have a court order. We can't just arbitrarily go ahead and do these things. A judge will decide whether or not we have probable cause, to get a search warrant to search records and ping phones things of that nature. We don't use it often, but when we have a violent crime, it's the greatest tool out there right now. And most departments have it, a lot of the bigger departments. And, no, it's just, and having one license, it's kind of tough because that one person, you have to make sure he's here all the time. And this way, if we have a second license, then we can assign somebody else. There's a lot of training involved with this, with the pen link, a lot of training. I mean, it's like 50, 100 hours of training. It's, and the drug forfeiture money's paying for it, so.
Yes, ma'am.
So the cost of the pen link that you have here, that would be for the second license as well as for the training, the 9,500?
This is just for the second license. We have a separate training line item in drug forfeiture.
No, you're trying to, I'm sorry, Councilwoman. I didn't know you was going to say something else.
So I understand the necessity of it when we have a case that comes up that requires it. How often in the course of a year is it being accessed or used?
Well, we've had it, what, a year and a half? I bet you we pulled 50 search warrants. I can get the data on that. It's not all the time. It depends on what crime. Homicides, drive-by shootings, things of that nature. Armed robberies, kidnapping.
And has there ever been a time when you've needed it and not been able to access the officer who has
Yes,
that pen?
correct.
Do you have a guesstimated percentage of how many times that happened and how far it puts you back in terms of operation?
That's a very good question. I have meetings with our.
It's ultimately up to what the council wants to apply the funds for.
Director, could you provide us with the statistics on PenLink, how we've used it, and
Sure.
various different things you were talking about just now?
Yes.
Thanks.
And here, I'm looking at this right, you're asking for 2 full-time officers as well on here? Or what?
No, the two officers are being, their salaries are coming out of this budget.
Okay,
No, that's not too additional.
okay. Thank you. All right, council, if there's not any more discussion, let's call a motion. If anyone wants to put one on the floor. Or at least approve or not approve certain things, but. What's your recommendation, city manager, because it's at a standstill right now? Until we get those, I guess, council, you're waiting on what? More research on PenLink and things like that to see if it's something that strong enough for us to pay for?
I don't know if
Officer?
I necessarily need to wait on it. I think I don't know about the second license right now. I mean, when we first talked about it, I wasn't in favor of getting the license in the first place. So I'd be in favor of removing that. Maybe we discuss at a later time. And so the 9250 and the other 9250s in addition also, or does that include that Councilwoman Cobb-Muniz was talking about in it's under telecommunications? Was that the training we were talking about?
It's listed twice. One says 9250, and then the second time under operating equipment is 10,135.
The telecommunications has to do with the cell phones that the officers use. And also, when we get charged from phone carriers, when we use PenLink, they charge us for the service. It can range, it all depends on what carrier. It could range from $50 to $150.
So the 2,500, is that Is that was what was for this budget? Is that the actual amount used, or did you exceed 2,500 with the telecommunications for Penley? Because it went from a budget of 2,500 to a proposed budget of 9,250.
Are you talking about the 2,500 that's above that number for the K-9?
I'm looking,
They charge us like $50. Some will charge $150. It just depends what carrier. It's just a guesstimate. It's just like overtime. You have to guess. It's a good guessing game, and you go by, past, history. But this is just a guessing game, the number. It could be a lot lower, it could be higher, I don't know. It depends how often they use it.
How many number of cases was covered under the 2,500?
Well, I'd have to go back and look.
as a point of clarification, so the Penlink, you're only able to use it if you have authorization from the court?
Yes. We can't arbitrarily just go on there and ping your phone. It doesn't work that way.
So they have to have probable cause for you to actually use it?
Yes.
So do council want to wait till he comes back with the stats, or do you want to just sit here and be quiet?
No, so, so I thought, and Attorney Albright can probably correct me if I'm wrong, I thought at a recent council meeting, we made a decision with respect to the use of the opioid funds that we wanted to put them towards some specific training. Am I not remembering that correctly?
I remember that.
That was one of the grants. I think you had utilized a certain percentage of one of the Department of Justice grants. I think it was like 75% towards mental health trainings. But I don't think we formally voted on the opioid funding yet, as we were waiting on the second check that had to be reissued. Mr. Albright?
I don't believe the
didn't-
council has
No.
made any final determinations on how the opioid settlement proceeds should be applied.
Okay, all right, awesome. So then that's good. So my motion would be to approve the drug enforcement units or departments budget as presented with,
Possible?
Okay, thank
Is that
you.
good?
Good
How you
evening,
doing?
Mayor
You
and
still here with us?
Good evening.
Thank you.
I just want to first thank you to the director. He mainly compiled this budget as I was in transition into this position. So he did about 99% of it. I just offered out some of our contractual stuff to him, and he put it all together for us to carry us through this transition into my new position. So there's some things that have been reduced. Obviously, we've gotten the new fire engine, so that's reduced out in that budget with that, the grant. Also, the director has put a lot of money into capital improvements in the station. We're nearing the end of that, so capital improvements have been reduced in here, and that's about all I have with that. If you guys have any questions regarding any of this?
I guess I'm looking at the department head, it went up a little bit from 106,000. Like the department head line item.
So I can clarify that. Initially, there was a structure change in terms of the police and fire department, where initially the director was split between the two departments. And there's no additional positions created, but the deputy fire chief initially used to be a separate position from the fire marshal. We have an agreement with the union to combine those positions again as the formal structure, and then utilize a non-union fire chief over the fire department. So that is what that change is.
Change from the director to two chiefs, and then, even combining those two, even if there was no changes in personnel budget, should have been approved by city council, like via budget or budget amendment or something. Not sure how we went about that without city council approval.
So that was a conversation that we actually had in strategy, because we were in conversations with the union. And so that topic was brought up as the former deputy chief had retired at that time. And so instead of waiting 6 or 7 months to move on the position or potentially hire people and have to change the position or eliminate them from a role, we had the conversation in a strategy session, which is why the administration took the position and direction that they did.
Right, yeah, I'm just saying the fire chief and police chief didn't exist. Previously, we had the director, getting rid of those two positions, having two deputy chiefs. And so now we've changed that without the city council authorizing it.
So I didn't create any of the positions. All of them exist within the classification system. I did verify, again, in the strategy session, that I was authorized to move forward with those conversations with the union. In closed session, everyone was aboard of having that conversation, and it was successful with the union, hence why that decision was made instead of waiting that 6 or 7 months until budget was finalized to do so. When the person retired, we made action, had conversations with the union, and had an agreement to make a change at that time.
I don't know why closed session was mentioned. I mean, this change would have nothing to do with any sort of closed session, and we shouldn't be discussing closed sessions anyway.
So to be clear, it does. The positions are highlighted in the union contracts. And so it's not something that, while council can make a decision and provide me direction to have those conversations to make changes, it's still a negotiation where I have to negotiate. So the deputy chief in the fire department is not within the union, which is why we had the conversation with the union to make the change. There are also letters of understanding that are not brought to city council and not required to be brought to city council that have changes on the union contracts to have an understanding of a change of that contract. So we did bring it to council. The conversation was had. I did gain approval to do so, which is why it is budgeted. So moving forward for the budget, if council would like to review that or make a change, we can move forward in that way. Otherwise, the budget is as presented.
So now we have a
I
direct.
don't believe there's any changes that can happen to the agreements without city council approval, unless I don't think I'm wrong about that.
So we do have a labor attorney. Have you spoken with the labor attorney with any of your concerns related to any of it?
Yeah, I did. But yeah, I still stand at my opinion. I mean, we're not going to figure that out now, but I guess I didn't realize all of this. I don't know. Let's move on with the fire budget, but
Mayor?
I think I still disagree.
Did the labor attorney provide any different information than what I've provided?
Well, I think your justification of the two being able to hire a police chief and fire chief is because technically they are still in this grading scale. They're not in any sort of budget that council's approved for 10 years now, since the financial crisis. But since they're in this non-union grade scale and technically we're not removed, I think that's what you were saying a minute ago is how you did this. To me, it's the council approves the budget and you've filled two positions that weren't budgeted for, to me.
I'm not clear. Did the labor attorney say anything different than what I've presented tonight?
Yeah, so what I'm saying, what I just said, the positions are not budgeted for, but they're in this non-union grade scale. So I guess to me, I don't know. I mean, to me, those positions didn't exist, but we filled them. So to me, we shouldn't have done that, I guess. Obviously, we don't agree on that, but that's my opinion.
So I guess the understanding is we have a deputy, which is Director Rohib. He oversees both the fire and the police, and so we don't have a chief, but other deputies that he oversees, correct? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
Nope, so, and there was not a creation of an additional position. It was merging one position, the deputy and fire marshal, instead of two individuals. So before we had Deputy Chief Sage, and we had Brian Marquardt as our fire marshal. Those were two separate positions. Those positions are now merged, and Alton Polk serves as a deputy and fire marshal, so that we had a non-union fire chief that oversaw the fire department. Director Ruhib oversees the police department.
I know he's, sorry. 'Cause I know, you're certified in both, Director. And
Did the labor attorney affirm to you that she had acted outside of her purview?
He wasn't, he's not gonna say yes or no.
Well, he's our labor attorney. He's employed to tell you yes or no.
Yeah, I know, we're having this whole discussion though about.
Well, you
If I
raised
s-
it. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, and it's my opinion, this is I guess let's go back to a different example. Before Ms. Walton, we leased the 15 enterprise vehicles. We had a whole discussion on that. I said that was not authorized, right? At the time, it was a $5,000 limit. Anything above would have to come to city council. We spent $150,000 a year, or whatever it was, on leased vehicles. To me, it was not something the city manager had authority to do, but we'd already signed the agreements, and really, there's no going back at that point because the city manager has the authority to sign agreements for the city. So I brought it up because I don't think, hopefully in the future, we never do that again. And this is, I guess that's why I'm bringing it up at this point. I guess we're already beyond, I mean, I learned that we changed this system on Facebook when we made Mr. Marquardt fire chief. That's where I learned that we even did this.
Okay, but we've hired the city manager for the purposes of doing operations all throughout the week. That's what the city manager is hired to do, is to operate the city. And within the bounds of doing that, if she is not doing anything that is outside of her legal and contractual obligation, I don't know why we're making a fuss. It's almost as though you've told someone, this is your job, go do it, but every single thing you do, I want to approve it before you do it. I want to approve it before you do it. And you are not giving them the authority to do their job. And it's almost like you're trying to handicap her as opposed to letting her do her job. And I'm not understanding that, because if she's not doing anything that is legally outside the boundaries of her job, why every time we come to this council table, is she being accused of doing that? From things that are put on the agenda to now whether or not she can hire into positions that are, you've acknowledged, whether you're saying it's technical or not. If it's technical, that means it's there. So if technically we have these positions, legally we have these positions, legally and technically she can fill them. Unless you have some legal stance to say that she cannot. And I just don't want us to keep coming for our city manager when she and her staff are doing a phenomenal job in running our city.
I've already said everything I need to say on this item. I stand with the opinion I stated.
Okay, so.
Madam Mayor, if there are no more questions or concerns or statements, I would move that we accept the budget that was proposed by our city manager for the fire department.
Second.
everyone, can everyone get back to their seats, please? Can everyone get back in their seats? We are back in session. Thank you, everyone, for letting us get a moment to breathe. So we're going to get back to the budget agenda. We stopped at the builder.
We appreciate you being here, John. He is from McKenna. Currently, McKenna has staffing in the building department, handles the rental inspections, the planning department, as well as blight. So has an incredible team here, is very dedicated to Eastpointe. The budget that we've presented is based off of the motion when we brought McKenna in for the building department. For that motion, it was requested that after the 2 years of being in contract for the building department, that administration create a plan to bring those services back in-house. I'd be remiss without saying that, of course, this budget starts as of July 1st, and so we would need to act on it as soon as possible to begin getting someone hired, train them against the McKenna staff, which they're supportive of, but also recognize the shortages, especially in trades inspectors, building officials, and building inspectors. So that is something to be aware of. I have talked to McKenna earlier today as well in terms of the budget to present options to council as well, that if we do have difficulty in being able to hire someone directly on board, that we could potentially enter into conversations with McKenna to amend the contract to potentially step down services. So in essence, if the city was to hire a building official and inspector, we could kind of retract that service from McKenna while they still supply us code enforcement and rental inspectors or trade inspectors and vice versa. So just depending on who we're able to recruit at the city, what's available in the field. And I will also say, after Mary Van Haren retired, that was one of the first positions that I also posted and recruited for here in Eastpointe. And it is a very, very tough field. So I do not want to ignore that fact, but we still did move forward and created a structure for the building department in-house and what that would look like, but want to be realistic of that transition between July into November.
Council? Council? Any comments, concerns, ideas? Or statements? If not, let's move right along. You all want to move right along? You want to make a motion?
No, go ahead.
So this would include the building rental planning code in demo. Does council have any additional questions, or would you like?
The Department of Public Works and Service team, although I think they were more of a team over there, I mean, we're really a family. We take a lot of pride in our work, and we strive to keep Eastpointe at its best. So with that being said, we're not asking for any additional staffing.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Staffing is one director, me, a 17-year veteran, 3 supervisors, 2 clerks, 2 motor pool mechanics, 11 laborers, and 4 part-time laborers. That's 23 people, and we are currently fully staffed at this time. Under the Department of Public Works and Services umbrella, we manage the following departments: water and sewer, including the SLAP program, major and local roads, motor pool, parks maintenance, building maintenance, rubbish collection, military museum, and special events. So with that being said, we can start with whichever one you would like. Local roads?
Okay.
Council?
Okay, major and local roads, okay. Like I said, I have a few departments here. As we go through the budget, though, you will see that all my capital projects are designed and administrated by our engineering firm, AEW, then brought to council for approval. That's what we'll be talking about tonight. So major roads, really, we're talking about 9 Mile, Gratiot to Tuscany, and the design of 9 Mile from Tuscany to Kelly, and right-of-way acquisitions that we'd be asking for. That's major. We can go on to local. Capital projects in local roads would be the concrete repair plan. You have a map up there. We are in year 4, and we are in section 7 going into 8.
You and your team and to AEW for the plans of preparation. That being said, I would like to make a motion to approve the budget for major and local roads as presented.
Perfect. Thank you.
Support. So we can move right along. Motion and support, please call the roll.
Didn't catch that.
I made the motion, Mayor supported.
Thank you. Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Okay, moving on, we will go to the most popular, water and sewer. I feel before we go on to those capital projects, I do want to mention that we're making history right now. We're replacing water mains on 9 Mile, original water mains. We're replacing water mains on Gratiot. These are 1935 water mains. These are huge tasks. And lead service lines. We have done 340 lead service lines to date this year, starting January 1st.
Wow.
That's a huge number.
Yeah.
That's a huge number. As far as the capital projects, we'll be focused on 9 Mile from Tuscany to Kelly. Moving on with that, we will be asking for the lead service line replacement money, and we will be relying on the DWRF revolving funds. For capital projects, we will be continuing the sewer cleaning and televising, and we will be also applying for the CWRF on that. In the capital purchases, we would be still asking for a water utility truck through the My Deal program, and the purchase the field management software that it's kind of a work order system that's in the field. That was carried over from the 23 because we never followed through on that one. And that's it for water and sewer.
Council, question?
Any questions on that?
Can we just review one more time the increase in the water and sewer rates, and also the, what's it called, the station charge, I think, was changed? Anything on the water bill?
Okay. Mr. Brown?
We'll start with the station maintenance. That's the easy one. We get a budget from Macomb County for the Southeast Macomb County wastewater disposal service entity. And we basically back into the rate based on how much we have to raise. It is treated as a pass-through. The county's budget is $419,220 for that. That comes to $2.58 per month per billable house or business, and that generates the money needed to pay the county for that piece of it. But it's purely a pass-through item. We have no control over their budget and what they're doing. As far as the water sewer in-house, it is a combined increase of 6.7% over last year. If you remember, last year council kept the increase at 0. So this is kind of a 2-year rate increase. The rates are based on the budgeted amounts, both the water purchase from GLWA and then the cost of maintaining the system. And then the sewer, the big part of that is the sanitary district, what they're going to charge us, and then again, any cost of Darren's folks of doing catch basin repairs and things like that. The estimated purchase from GLWA, they do it in million cubic feet, and GLWA puts out their budget, and that's how their pricing comes. They project that we will purchase 1,040,000 million cubic feet. So that translates to a lot of water. And then so all of those elements are then used to calculate the rates and what they need to be to cover the cost. What is presented would generate a $85,000 cushion, which will be most likely eaten up once the new labor contracts are approved. So there is no additional building up of our cash balance. Again, as you'll recall, 5 years ago, we did a rate study, and the goal was within 5 years, we would have a $2.5 million operational balance. We are not there, and we still won't be at the end of next fiscal year.
How did for the station maintenance first, I guess, since that was mentioned first, how did it go up 64% in 1 year? I mean, we've always, I assume, tried to cover our rate, and now it's going from, I know it sounds like a small amount, but we're going from $1.57 to $2.58 per month. That's like 64% increase just in 1 year. What happened?
6 years ago, it was 33 cents a month.
Right.
The county's just doing projects within this particular wastewater district. They've got some general maintenance going on, they've got some bond issues that they floated, and we are paying 33% of whatever the county does.
Okay. And then
That would be a good one for our new county commissioner.
I'll try and reach out to her. And then, what was my other, the ready-to-service fees were staying the same, or no?
No, that's actually requested to be a 2.5% increase, minimal compared to what inflation has been. But as we've seen with all these construction projects, costs are going up. And that's what is generated for the capital, for the infrastructure.
Actually, excuse me, so close in. So actually, the city of Eastpointe, we're putting money in so many different areas as far as the county. But I know we did that new construction over there by 94 with the director, Candace Miller just did with us. We did that. And also with the sanitary district that I'm on that board, and then the Ready to Serve. So sometimes the residents don't know all the things that actually we pay for as a city, as a smaller community, and that's why the water bill is so high. We pay GF, all these acronyms.
GLWA.
We pay, so we pay into Detroit to dump our water, and then when it's too much water, we have our own district to dump the water and clean it in Lake St. Clair, and then we have the 8 Mile. Do we still have the 8 Mile where that's Macomb County, right?
Yep.
I'm always got it. So it's so many different things that we pay into that a lot of people don't know. Then we have also, we pay into like the landfills and things like that, correct? There's so many different areas. So a lot of times when they ask me, where's all this money going to, being on council and then being a mayor, it is so many different areas that your money goes to keep your water clean and to make sure that you don't have water flooded in your basement. And so, and now we have paid for the lead pipes and new construction. So, and then we didn't do a increase in the water bills, in the water last year. And so we're just really catching up. So where do we think we can find a fine line? I think I asked you that earlier as far as, instead of doing the 6.7%, because even on the sanitary district, they had some increases. Inflation is going up everywhere. So I know Councilwoman was there on that board with me as a liaison, and we had some increases of water main breaks, breaking over there that we had to fix, and updates. So it's a lot of money going into clean water, sanitary, making sure things are clean and things are going the right way. So that's where your money is going. And then we have a smaller community. So since we have a smaller community, we have to pay a lot more. I think that's one reason a lot of people were wondering why we are a smaller community and bigger communities don't pay as much as us.
Yeah, they have more houses to spread the cost around. There's a lot of fixed cost in these systems. Even the sanitary district is a fixed price for the year, regardless of how much water we purchase from GLWA. I had mentioned it earlier, the unit cost has to cover a fixed charge, and the less we sell, the higher the unit price has to be to cover that fixed cost. The rates would be lower if people use more water, but they're looking at the rates going, I can't afford it. I get that, but we have to pay our bills, and the only way we can pay them is charging the rates that are being asked for.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Because there's a line in here that says, due to escalating costs and declining water sales, the city needs to look at shifting more of the rates to a fixed charge, less dependent on volume sales. So if we do switch to a fixed rate, what would that look like in terms of the impact on the residents?
We had toyed with this idea last year, and we had talked about a $4 per month fixed charge for sewer and a $2 a month fixed charge for water. Last year I'd requested 2.9% increase. The increase could have been 0 if we had done the fixed charge. We didn't do the fixed charge, but we did the 0. But it just depends on how much of a fixed amount it is. The problem with a fixed amount is it actually penalizes the low volume users because now they have a fixed charge that has gone up and it lowers the usage rate and they're not using as much. So it really depends on what rate structure the council wants to go with. It is a bit of, I wouldn't say gamble, we have a pretty good idea of what usage is going to be, but by doing everything through a volume, if the volume dips, then again, the cost has to go up because our fixed charges don't change.
So when you're saying $2 and $4, you're talking about $2 and $4 per unit of water used, or?
No, it'd be per water account per month.
Per count, oh.
Yeah.
So kind of like the fixed $4 you pay so that if your system fails, that kind of insurance.
Yeah, we've had conversations around here that everybody complains about the water rates being so high. And the reality is, my water bill has so many fixed charges that until I get to 10 units, I pay more than I would if I lived in Eastpointe.
Yep.
Because the fixed charges are so significant. But that's just how my municipality chooses to bill me.
I think isn't a minimum of 5 units for you that you pay for, no matter what your usage
I
is?
have never been close to any minimum, so I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, I think, I compared them many years ago. So I think, there are two things. So looking out, we wanted to do this water operations cash balance, right, many years ago, because, I mean, frankly, I shouldn't say we, the operations account was kind of drained, no pun intended, but we'll get to the target amount soon, so then we should be we'll need less there. And then, of course, I know not anytime soon, especially the director's going to say it's many years out. Eventually, we won't need $1 million a year for lead service lines. I mean, obviously, that is many years out. But that should hopefully help out with rates, right? And we're talking about some communities don't have any lead service lines to replace, so technically our bill could be $1 million less per year if, our community was built after maybe the 70s or something. We should eventually, I was hoping we'd be to that target by now. I thought we talked about 5 years, so we're pretty close though, looks like here on that last email you sent us.
Yeah.
But I guess more of a comment maybe than a question, but I'm hoping, I guess, a few years out, hopefully it'll look a little nicer. We won't have that $1 million a year for the lead service line removal. And then, maybe if the state's nice enough, can give out some grants for that. And maybe that'd be even sooner. And then hopefully we're at this, operations cash balance that, we planned on many years ago, probably 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I think is when we talked about that.
And that one, the schedule that I did send out, the one item I did add is the June 30th open receivables, because that's really what drives the need for the cash balance. We need money to pay our bills even when the residents don't.
Yep.
And that has been climbing. June 30th of 22, we were up to almost $7 million of unpaid water bills. If even half of those were paid for, we wouldn't need a cash reserve. So
Oh, when did we, wait, okay, I guess I didn't look closely. at that.
Yeah, that was a new line I added for the one that I just sent out, because there is a reason for the need for that. And part of it is bills aren't being paid to us.
I guess at some point, do we just get it much later, I guess, right? Because eventually it's, on your taxes.
Right.
And, hopefully, it's not forfeiture, but I guess we'd eventually just get paid a little later, wouldn't we, though?
It is, but yeah, with the ruling, it has to be 6 months old to be considered delinquent. That was a change, when it rolls on taxes, when it gets paid. So there are impacts to having that large of a outstanding receivable.
Yeah, so it still has climbed, though, from 2.6 to 5.6?
Yep.
From 15 to 22, it looks like. Okay,
So
all right.
All right, so that was, we were on water and sewer? Okay.
Moving on to parks. Parks maintenance,
I'm sorry, sir,
Yeah.
do you want to do a motion? Yeah.
that's what I was waiting for.
Okay, ready to do a motion? Yeah, we did a motion for maintenance, yeah. Let's do one for water and sewer.
All right, motion to approve the water sewer budget.
Support.
A motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Okay, now moving on to parks. The DPW maintains all eight of our parks. We maintain that through the general fund and the $125,000 cell tower lease. Right now, we are applying for a Sparks grant and a SEMCOG grant, and we plan on doing some lighting improvements at Spindler, some tennis courts resurfacing at Spindler, and paving the Memorial Basketball parking lot. The stone there is wrecking the basketball court, so we will take half of its life away if we keep it stone. And that is it with parks.
Questions, concerns? If not, let's move right along for parks, council.
I did
Go
have one
ahead.
quick question. And maybe you can point me to this, because right now I have a bunch of papers up here. Even though
sure.
I've gone through them, I feel like I don't know what's going on. How much, remind me, what do we get from RARE towards our parks?
That's a great question. Randy, I think that would be more towards you.
We receive $60,000 a year from RARE. We are supposed to be spending, well, I guess that's a good question. We should ask our Parks liaison that question. When it started off, it was $40,000 and $10,000 was committed to capital improvements. RARE made a change and they increased it to $60,000. I don't know if there's any capital improvement stipulation tied to that or not. There you go. Someone who goes to the RARE meetings.
There you go.
15,000, I think is what he said.
15 of
In
the
case anyone-
60 is dedicated to capital, which we do well more than 15,000 a year.
Absolutely.
On the parking lot at the basketball court, because I know at some point we discussed 1 or 2 courts. Would there not be space for a second one there?
Well, we talked about that too, so we talked about just paving the front of it and not to the east of it.
Oh, okay.
If we
Or
talked about.
potentially
Yes.
second.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I prefer to keep them both in the same area. Yeah, so I agree with you on that. There is enough room to put one to the east.
No.
Well, there's just enough room. That's how much I know.
You don't want two basketball courts next to each other.
I think I disagree. When I was a kid and
You disagree?
If there's only one court, you feel like you're taking it up. At least there's an open one next to you, or you show up and people are already playing. Come on. I think two's better.
But we have a 4.5 square mile city.
Yeah.
The kids live over at Springer. Why can't there be a basketball court that they can walk to, and rather than going all the way to Memorial Field?
Oh, I'd just say 3 then. No, okay, I see what your argument is. is, yeah, for like the next one.
It's not an argument,
You're
it's just
saying.
a statement.
Yeah.
I don't argue. Question.
Yes.
Has there been any thought to repave the hockey rink?
There's been some talk about it. We've looked into it. There's a surface, it's a surface overlay that you could do. It's almost like plastic. And we got some samples. We've got some pricing. So yes, we have looked into it.
Because I think there's some new interest in perhaps forming a league, bringing it back.
Yeah, there's a new overlay. It's just plastic. You click at the floor together like a plastic flooring, and they love it. So yes, we've looked into that.
All right.
Is that was not included, I think?
No, that was not included.
So you would be looking to Ian to find a grant for that?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
All right, next year, we'll look for it.
Yeah, well, if the Sparks grant works out, I mean, we're going to do a lot of work at Spindler, right? And, you know, we've made it to the second round there, so things are looking, you know, promising. And that's where you get that basketball court over there.
Amen, brother.
Any more discussion? We want to move right along. We have a lot of departments to go through, so.
Motion to approve the parks.
Telling me.
Budget.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes.
Okay.
Break Councilman Curley's mic or something over there? I hear a little bit of static. Is it him? Oh, it's your microphone. Oh, okay.
Test.
It seemed like it was when you were clicking over there. Just turn it-
Let's move right along, please.
Okay, moving on to motor pool.
Yes, please.
Motor pool, we have two full-time mechanics who perform the preventive maintenance and repairs on all our vehicles. They have certificates and everything, from small engines on weed whippers to the tandem dump trucks that we own. This year, we are asking to update the DPW cameras from the existing Pelco, outdated, end of life, and the backup generator for the DPW garage.
Council? Any concerns, comments, statements? If not, let's make a motion so we can move right along. Are we waiting for a discussion, or you want me to make the motion to move?
Just looking back over my notes.
Oh, okay. Give us 1 second.
And just motor pool right now? That's what we're doing?
Yes, yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the motor pool as presented.
Second.
Discussion, no? Motion and support, please call the roll. Thank you.
Yes.
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 Okay, moving on to rubbish. On February 7th, 2023, council awarded a 5-year contract with Priority Waste, ending the 10-year contract with GFL. That 5-year contract was $10,736,000. Every year that breaks out to be about $2,147. That does include a door side pickup of 36 residents. The new contract will start on July 1st. The new contract will also bring new pricing from a 10-year hold of $10.86 a month to $15.56 a month. We are very excited to be working with Priority. They have a system that's much like Amazon, where they take pictures of everything as they go down the road. We're hoping that this clears up much of our mixed waste.
Okay, Council.
Have we finalized the contract with them yet?
Do not believe we have. I think there's just something needs to be some signing to do, some ironing out. So
Yes,
no.
so I've reviewed it as well. Mr. Albright has been involved, and has been in touch with Priority to finalize the contract as well.
That is correct. I've been in contact with Priority's in-house counsel, and there's just one little minor detail that we are in the process of working out, but otherwise the contract's been approved by administration.
What is that minor detail that has to go in closed session?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I think it's something that we could probably just agree on. I just need to speak to Ms. Walton about that.
Okay.
I received some counter-proposal language from their in-house counsel. We had made several changes to the contract. They were in agreement with those changes, and there was just one little minor detail that we still need to run by city administration.
Okay.
It's very close.
Okay, Madam Mayor, if you need a motion, I would move that we accept the recommendation for the rubbish pickup for the budget.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember Communis.
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to special events. This would be parades, high school homecoming, Gratiot Cruise. There are no changes in the proposed budget here.
Council,
Motion to approve the special events budget?
Support.
motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes.
Okay, the last but not least is the Military Museum. You see that there is a change in the proposed budget, and that is due to the agreement that we made with the Military Museum on leasing it for 25 years for $1, and the agreement of repairs over $5,000, the city will occur.
Can someone get me up to speed on this one? Because this is the one I was so struggling with. I was like, wait a minute. How do we go from $5,000 to $4,400, $550? And why did we enter into a contract for $1 for the next 25 years? If someone could please give me clarification, because I'm trying to understand.
Sure, I could be happy to go over that real quickly. So the proposed budget, well, when we talked about this at the council table, Mr. Blum gave us a overview of what city administration believed the costs were going to be for the building over many years. We discussed that quite a bit. I'd argue a few of the things in there, and with what they're saying this year, it'll be that it's not going to be $45,000 every year, even if we do spend that this year. To me, it's much more limited. To me, the city owns the building. We were going to have it anyway. That's why we leased it out to them for $1 we have for 10 years, and just did a longer-term thing so that they can do longer things like a monument tank at the building, and it's more sustainable for them as a museum.
Do they charge an entry fee?
For anyone that's not, well, yes, for anyone that's not an Eastpointe resident.
Do you know what that fee is?
I do not off the top of my head.
Are they making any efforts to raise any type of funds for the maintenance of the building, for the upkeep, for improvements that they want to make? Are they applying for any grants?
Just in general, I guess to me, it's anything anything minor they handle, anything considered major we handle, and that's all laid out in the agreement that we had on the council agenda a few months back. I can't remember off.
I think it was $5,000, anything over $5,000 in repairs.
What Mr. Palucci said.
So my concern for the city is this. From a purely personal standpoint, I have family members who served in the military, so I believe absolutely in our service members and want to honor them, honor their memories, honor their commitment to this country, because many of them did things that I can't readily say I would, race to sign up to do. Hence, I haven't signed up to be in the service. But anywho, I have great respect for our military and our service members. That being said, from a fiscal standpoint, I don't understand how, especially tonight, we're talking about adding an additional $39,000+ to cover the costs of improvements and maintenance to a building. And we have a court that is processing cases and keeping crime in check and has a backlog, and we struggled about how to hire additional people for our court. And so I am struggling. I struggle with this. I don't understand why we would have made a fiscal decision for $1. And I understand the purpose of the organization. This is not about the organization. This is about the fiscal decision on behalf of the city.
Anyone else would like to discuss this museum?
Residents didn't make that decision.
We had a hearing of the public, so we're gonna use comments for that. Anybody want to make a motion for the museum?
Yeah, I'll motion to approve what we're calling the military museum budget.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
For the four-stated reasons, no.
Mayor Owens.
No. We can do another motion for the museum, but it sounds like no one wants to put any money into the museum. Sorry? I was gonna talk to the attorney, because if we have 2 yeses and 2 nos, and then we come back with a different motion and it's still the same way, how do we move forward if no one wants to approve this budget going forward with the museum?
Well, unfortunately, we only have 4 members here tonight, so we do run the risk of running a tie vote, depending on what the motion is. So another council member could make another motion related to the military museum this evening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but when it comes out the same way, do we just bring it back at another meeting, probably at our regular council meeting, which is next?
We could bring it back to a meeting where there was a full council present,
Okay.
but
Sounds good.
certainly try to approve it tonight with perhaps another motion.
Motion, I think Councilman Curley was trying to think another one, I'm not sure. Or you just asking?
Well, what the motion was to accept the proposal given to us by the city manager for the budget. And that was talking about charging them $1 a month, which we've done, it's been like that for a long, long time. I guess I would ask our attorney, when this was brought to the council, and apparently we didn't have everybody there also would have been all these questions, it passed, right?
It did pass. There was actually
Okay.
several meetings that city administration had with representatives from the military museum. From my recollection, representatives from the military museum also gave a presentation at a council meeting. Ms.
Okay,
Waldman.
so I would ask if that passed at a regular council meeting, all the details forthwith, how can the council at a budget hearing then vote it down after it's already been approved?
Well, the lease agreement has passed.
The what?
The lease agreement,
I understand.
that's already passed.
Right.
We are now in a binding contract with the military museum. For purposes of the budget, though, this is a separate matter that's before the council this evening.
Yeah, I wasn't here when that was agreed upon, because I wouldn't have agreed upon $1 for 25 years. I had made that clear a long time ago. So, of course, I wouldn't be agreeing to putting money into something I wasn't even here. I would think I was out of town when you all did the football. I was out of town. So, and it passed due to that. And I don't think Mr. Baker agreed to it either. I'm not sure. I wasn't
This was
there.
precedes my appointment to council.
Oh, you weren't here
I
then.
was, no, this is prior to my appointment to council.
I think, yeah, Councilman Curley, I guess I'm looking at this now, this is kind of like the rubbish agreement, or the rubbish budget that we just approved. We're going to end up having an agreement with Priority Waste. We're going to have to pay them one way or another, so if we didn't approve that budget at all, we basically end up violating the contract we signed with them. So I guess it'd be the same here. We can not approve it, but I guess we're going to at some point end up violating the lease agreement that we have with them.
Is there any way, I'm sorry, you, like you was about to say.
Yeah, if I
go
could,
ahead.
so if I understand Mr. Albright correctly, the contract we have is for $1 a year. That contract does not state that we are to pay $44,550 towards the museum, though, does it?
Mr. Blum, perhaps you can, I don't,
It states that we are responsible as the owner of the building for any repairs more than $5,000.
right.
That's all this budget is for, is maintaining a city-owned building. Whether there's a dollar lease or not, we still have to maintain it. Yeah, that's just an estimate of things that could come up over the next year. We might spend zero. But whatever comes up, we will be on the hook to do any repairs over $5,000
And that's per the lease agreement.
per the lease agreement.
So what are our options if we want to go back and look at this lease agreement? Do we have that available as an option to renegotiate the contract?
I'd have to take another look at the, I don't remember all of the terms specifically. It's been some time since I've reviewed it, so I would have to go back and review it to see what could be changed, if anything.
So is this an item that if we were to hold off voting on it until tomorrow, that maybe possibly by tomorrow, you would have some information for us with respect to the lease agreement? I just want to make sure we are voting with full knowledge.
Well, if I could add this, Rich, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm taking your question, what can we do to reverse the decision? I think what you're kind of asking, although you didn't put it that way, but that's what I'm getting to. I think you could rescind the motion, but I think you have to be on the prevailing side.
Yeah, I think the question up before me, though, is what does the lease agreement say as far as possibly renegotiating the lease? And I don't remember specifically the terms in that lease agreement in order to do that. I think that.
There is a one-year cancellation notice,
Is that
but
what
it would have to be canceled first before it could be readdressed.
And then they would be able to serve out the remaining year.
Yeah.
There is something like that specific, so I just don't recall what the specifics were. It's been some time since I've reviewed this.
Can we table this item and bring it back? I think she's talking about tomorrow, so that means she's trying to get out of here by 10 o'clock.
Ms. Walton, would city administration have any problem with tabling it until next Tuesday's city council meeting?
I would support that.
With all due respect,
Does Randy vote on that?
I got a pretty tight court schedule tomorrow, so it would be, I would want an opportunity to really review it and speak with city administration on something like that.
Absolutely.
So if we could just table this particular issue until next Tuesday, and give me some.
And if we could be provided a copy of the section of the contract that speaks to how we can renege on the contract,
Yeah, I'd be happy to circulate a copy of the lease
and
agreement to all the members of
I
council.
used the word renege deliberately.
And understood. And to be clear, as I stated before, this is not an indictment against the actual group that is there, because I believe in what they have done and are doing. This is not about that. This is purely about the dollar amounts.
The dollar amount is only what our finance director guessed what it might be. He just said it might be zero a cost for the first year. Maybe there won't be anything that we have to repair. That was not a figure that was wrote in stone of the 400 and some thousand. That was just a guesstimate. Might not be anything.
And that's where I was going to say the we could argue these things, so what's listed is HVAC, parking lot, sewer, drains. I guess the parking lot part, I'd assume is, most of the 44,550, and we split the lot now, and I think the worst part is on the other side. So I don't know if that was just meant for the side that is on the side with the museum or not. I'm not sure we would need to do anything in the parking lot there. So again, I guess it's an estimate again, yeah.
You all want to do a motion to table the museum's budget and also bring the contract back, correct? That we're talking about for the next council meeting, regular meeting?
Madam Mayor, what I'll do is I'll circulate a copy of the contract within the next day or so,
Okay.
all the members have an opportunity to review it once again. But I think we're tabling discussion on approval of this particular budget item until next Tuesday's regular meeting.
Correct. But whatever you just said, that's my motion.
Would you repeat your motion?
He said that we're going to table the budget for the museum, correct? Till next meeting, until you get the,
I'm happy to restate it.
okay, thank you.
So what the motion would be is to, I will circulate a copy of the existing lease agreement within the next day or so to all the members of council, so the council members have a chance to review that. But further discussion and a possible vote on this particular budget item will be tabled until next Tuesday's meeting.
I was close. Motion, what our attorney said, I approve that. Can I get support?
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
No.
Councilmember DeMonico.
No.
Well, we're right back where we started.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
in
what
that
do you-
case, I would make a motion, Madam Mayor, to approve the military museum for an amount not to exceed $5,000 with a notice to terminate unless the parties would like to renegotiate.
What was that last part?
With a notice to terminate unless the parties would like to renegotiate the contract.
You're making a motion to terminate the
With a
contract?
notice,
With a notice to terminate the contract?
yes. And then that gives, the notice to terminate, even though it would go forth, if I understand you, would not go into effect for a year, correct?
That's correct. What the council could do this evening is simply to approve the budget as presented, and the cancellation provision that Mr. Blum referenced, that's in the lease, and again, I don't have the specific language, but it's something to that effect, that if the city wanted to cancel that lease agreement, they have to give 1 year's notice. That can come up at any time, so that is something, that could be an agenda item, that could come up at a future city council meeting. That doesn't have to happen tonight.
And I don't want to see it, don't get me wrong, I don't want to see it terminated. That's not my goal. My goal here is.
Well, you're pretty clear on your motion to terminate.
Yes, because we tried to table it until we had additional information. Without the additional information, I don't feel comfortable approving $44,000. And if that motion's going to fail, to table it until Tuesday, by Tuesday, we could have information and I'll be on board with the $44,000. I believe in this organization, that's not the issue. I just want to make sure that I make an educated decision about how the city is spending its money. I thought that that's what we were put in this position to do.
Councilwoman, what would your plans be if we didn't have this one museum in the community? It's our only museum, and we just had this building then with nobody in it.
At this moment, without more information, I can't give you an answer to that. I've stated before, especially having been on the Planning Commission, I don't want to see a vacant building in the city. At the same time, I feel like, based upon what I have in front of me right now, I don't have anything that justifies what we've entered into, I don't have anything that justifies the potential of spending an additional $44,550 when we couldn't even put additional money towards the court. And seeing how we've already made that decision about the court, knowing what's happening there, knowing its impact on our city, I can't go into this without having an educated decision. And it's not, I want to repeat this, it is not an indictment against the organization. This is purely about what we're here for, the budget.
Okay, so we didn't get any agreed upon vote on that? And so, we just
So far,
keep it moving.
So far, two motions have failed, but there should be a decision as to whether this issue should be tabled to another meeting,
Okay.
or if there should be a motion to approve the budget for the military museum as presented. And then if the council wants to bring back as an agenda item for discussion on whether that lease should be continued, that can be brought back at a future meeting. And also, and I would recommend to give the folks that do run the military museum an opportunity to answer any questions and also speak to the council on that, if that's, I'm sorry, that was quite a bit. To give them an opportunity to address the council and answer any questions. But for purposes of this evening on this budget item, the council could make a motion just to approve the budget as presented.
Or table it, like you said, because I would like our other councilmen to be here too. We're gonna have full council.
Or table it, and I
Or
will,
table it.
regardless of what the vote is, I will still circulate a copy of the lease agreement.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to table? Okay.
Madam Mayor, let me just read this out loud for the fiscal year 2023, 2024. Keep in mind, it's our building. We just happen to have somebody in it. It could be somebody selling pianos. Resurface and repair parking lot. Councilman spoke to that. That may not be germane anymore. Disconnect downspouts from the sewer and drain away from the building, $5,000. That's our building. Repair sewer, $8,000. Replace one roof HVAC, $26,000. So you may not get 3 votes on whatever Madam Mayor, whatever your motion is. Those are all things that do not necessarily say they have to be done or they will be done. That was a guesstimate, as I said before. And it's our building. If we terminate the contract like you're suggesting, we still have to take care of the drains. We still have to take care of the parking lot. So the fact that there's somebody in there shouldn't even be considered, I don't think.
Depends on who holds the contract.
What?
Depends on who holds the contract. So if we did renegotiate a contract with someone else, they might take on the cost that the city is doing, depending upon who takes on the contract. They
Well-
might take upon those costs. So we don't know who will or who wouldn't until we get there. So we didn't even open it up to those ideas of giving it to, for instance, we have a Boys and Girls Club that could have used the building, or any other organizations here in the city of Eastpointe. We didn't open it up. We just strictly gave it to one organization, which everybody knows and loves, the veterans, of course. My grandfather was one. But I said that to say, depending upon who we negotiate with, not saying that's what we're going to do, you don't know how they would fix up our own buildings for us. We don't know that, because
Well,
we didn't give anyone a chance.
Apparently, as you both said, neither one of you were here when that was on the agenda and discussed a long time, and it was passed. Now, the two people who weren't here want to look at it and even possibility of terminating somebody that's been there for a long time. You guys weren't here when we passed it. Now you want to bring it back up, you want to discuss it with a possibility of terminating a military museum. Well, go ahead, madam. you got an attempted motion on the floor again, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna actually table it, and I was actually here for the discussion when they did the presentation. I just wasn't here for the vote. But I was here for the conversation about the military museum. Went to the military museum, participated, and did some things with my children at the military museum, so I know a whole bunch about it. But again, I want to put a motion to table this agenda item for the amount that we are trying to budget to get the fixtures done for the museum till our next council meeting, so we can have a full council.
Support, but I do have a discussion point.
Yes, ma'am.
For clarification. And so 2 things. Number 1, I want to be clear. I cannot say this enough. This is not, even the suggestion to do a notice to terminate is not an indictment against the organization. I want to see the military museum there. I want to see our children be able to go in and see the replicas of what service members have put into us being able to be allowed to have the freedoms that we have. This is not about the organization that is there. It's purely about the fiscal decision. And to your point, if another tenant were in there, and if the contract language was different, the city would not be bearing all of the costs beyond $5,000. There's the potential that the tenant would be bearing some of that cost. I'd like to know, as I've asked the question, like, you know, are there any grants that have been sought after? Are there any exterior funding in terms of a fee to come into the museum? Any other way to deal with the costs associated with having a building, having a facility that you are operating out of? That being said, with respect to the line items, because I'm just going to deal with the budget part of this. I'm not going to deal about with who's in there, because I'm not trying to come for the contract. I'm trying to understand the $44,550. So with respect to the resurfacing, the repair, the parking lot, Mr. Palucci, do you know, and with respect to the disconnected downspouts, the repair of the sewer, the replacement of the roof HVAC, how close are we to needing to do each of those things? Do you have a timeline on, hey, this has got to be done now? Like, we have PACER ratings on our roads, so we know, like, our roads are jacked up, you just got to do it. Is there a 50-year plan, 100-year plan? Like, what do we have going on here?
I don't have a time frame on that. This is something that Randy and I sat down with, discussed, and you know, potentially these are things that are definitely going to need repair in the future.
But we don't know how soon.
I don't know the future. I don't know if it's 2 years or 5 years. Nobody knows that on an HVAC system. We know that the parking lot is deteriorating and not getting any better. And downspouts, keeping water away from the building is very important.
Let there be light.
You know, Madam Mayor, I'll just throw this out to the council. You can solve this problem next Tuesday. Make a motion and get support and give the building to the military museum. You're worried about spending possible money? Give them the building. Wouldn't be the first building we gave away.
We have motion and support. Please call the roll.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
No.
Councilmember Curley.
No.
Actually, that was just to table it to the next council meeting. It wasn't a decision to say.
I
yay or
I
you didn't wanna-
I understood the motion.
Okay, you want to decide tonight? It seems like we're not going to decide. How do we just move, can we just move forward if everything keeps dying? How do we want to proceed? Mr. Albright?
Madam Mayor, as the chairperson of the meeting, you could move on to the next agenda item, and then Ms. Walton could add this to next week's agenda with a full council.
That sounds good.
Before we do that, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
We could change the budget to 0, get that approved, and then as these issues come up, they come before council and get approved as they happen.
I'll agree to that.
And then you're not dealing with you still have time to check everything out, but you haven't formally approved any money.
I thought about that same thing, and I thought about bringing it forth as a motion. My only hesitation is, if something goes wrong with one of our buildings. The whole point of this budget meeting is that we don't wait until it
True.
blows up to do something about it. So I'm not, at the same time of trying to be fiscally responsible, I'm also not trying to not be fiscally responsible. And my only concern was that I want to be able to make a decision, an educated decision tonight about the use of the funds. And without having, even as we've gone through each of these things, yes, downspouts, yes, we need to do work on the parking lot, but we don't have a true, at least I don't feel like I have a true understanding of how necessary that will be within the next year. And if it's something that's 2 to 5 years out, then we can wait till the next budget to do it. If it's something that's immediate and we know, hey, if we don't do something in the next 6 months, everything else we've made a decision on tonight, we've pretty much had a timeline, and we've asked the various directors to give us a timeline on when those things will come to fruition. And then we've even tabled those things that we thought we could wait to make decisions about. So,
Okay, so can you put this on the next agenda? Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
We're gonna go right along to local. Did we do local already? I remember doing local.
We're done.
We did? Okay.
Well, thank you for your
Okay,
approval.
thank you.
thank you.
See what you started? All your fault. All your fault. All right, we're going to finance. We have Ms. Danielle Palmerville, Ms. Palmerville, who's our controller, is doing a great job. She's going to go over our finance, treasury, and assessing. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So starting with the finance budget, there are 2 changes in the budget this year from last year. The first one is changing the controller position to a deputy finance director. A large reason for that is so that we could have a second signer on the bank account. Currently, Finance Director Blum is the only signer. The second change is there's an increase in the payment kiosk costs for this year. This current year, we were only paying for a monthly service charge on the kiosk, and going forward, now we have to pay for the actual kiosk itself. So those are the 2 big changes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Say that again about were we talking about DivDat just now?
For the DivDat, yeah. So for the first year of the contract, we did not pay for the kiosk itself. We were paying just monthly maintenance costs plus a per transaction fee. And now going after the first year, we have to pay for the kiosk itself.
Wait, so maybe this is the
So
discrepancy? This
there
was
is an
totally
increase.
not brought to our attention then. We never knew this as city council. We agreed to this agreement at the rates without this additional fee that kicks in after a year. I don't recall talking about anything like that when we agreed to this kiosk. Now it's like, it's gonna be double the cost of what we originally thought it was going to be then.
I'd have to look at what was actually presented to council. This is what we expected out of the agreement. I'm not sure what actually ended up in front of council when it was approved. I'd have to go back and find it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we can move on. I think that's not what was presented to us, but yeah. I had it up a second ago.
Now, you say you're asking for your position to change to deputy instead of
Well, I'm
controller?
not asking, the finance director is.
Oh, okay. So a deputy, now you have to change titles in order to be a signer on that? You have to change?
The controller position, it's like a glorified accountant position. It's a little bit higher level. But that position cannot be on the banking and the investments. It needs to be a deputy finance director. Well, deputy finance director / deputy treasurer. It's actually the treasurer that goes on the paperwork. The controller is not a treasurer of any sort. We've had deputy finance directors in the past. The controller position was originally created as a cost savings, and then in the case of our current controller, it was, she was placed in it while she finished her degree. She's now received her degree and is ready for a promotion up to deputy.
So it is for you. That's a good thing.
But the key is, I'm the only one on all these accounts, and I don't want to be the only one on all these accounts.
Yeah, she's been doing a good job. She deserves it, though.
Yeah.
So who's gonna take the controller's position?
It
Or we
will
just
not be
gonna close it?
filled.
Okay.
It's promotional, and that's it.
So we already have the civil service structure in place for this.
Correct.
I remember you were going to school. Congratulations.
It took a really long time, thank you.
But you did. I remember when you were doing that, so good
Yeah.
for you.
I can move on to the assessing budget if you'd like.
I think we have to approve this part.
Okay.
And I think we were talking about the DivDat too. It was what, was that additional? We still didn't have the numbers for that, did we? The correct numbers?
The financial impact from our September 7th, 2021 summary sheet said cost will be $1,000 per month plus transaction fees. Estimated cost of $24,000 per year. This cost is less than a part-time cashier and will come from the finance department's budget. Nowhere, at least in the summary sheet, I mean, we have the very lengthy small print agreement that maybe it's hidden in there, but we never discussed that at the meeting. That was never brought up, and from the brief, it sounds like it was going to always be $1,000 per month.
Okay, but you said something about 24,000, right?
Yeah, I think that was the estimate from the $1,000 per month plus transaction fees. Is that what's budgeted now?
This says 24,000 DivDat kiosk, and then DivDat online is 16.8. So
Well, so then that sounds like 16.8 higher than what
It-
we
what's the
talked about
difference
at that meeting.
what's the difference between the DivDat kiosk and DivDat online? What's the difference between DivDat kiosk and DivDat online? I'm looking at page 7 of the line item.
The online charges are the per transaction fees that we
Okay.
receive, yeah.
And then the DivDat kiosk is just to have the
It's
kiosk.
for,
itself.
yes,
So it's more like 2,000 a month, not 1,000.
yes.
And did that change come after the year free, or how did we get there? From
Yeah.
the 1,000 that he stated was presented previously up to the 2,000 that we're at now?
They started billing us in January of this year, and that was 1 year that we had the kiosk.
And that was in the original contract that was supplied to council before they made a decision?
I believe so. I'd have to review it. Oh.
It's been a year and a half since I looked at it, so.
Me too. Councilman Crowley?
How often is that used? Do you have a,
Daily. Well, the kiosk, not necessarily the kiosk is used daily, our kiosk, but there are kiosks throughout Metro Detroit area.
I'm talking about the one here outside the door.
I mean, it's used throughout the month.
You don't have a count of how many times it's used?
Not with me currently, but I can get that information. DivDat is able to provide it to us. But people often use kiosks in other areas as well. When they're out shopping, there's one at Fresh Choice, and having that kiosk network allows our residents to use those other kiosks as well.
I believe the one at Fresh Choice gives you more options than the one out there. At Fresh Choice, you can pay your DTE bills and things like that. So if we're gonna be a inconvenience to our community and pay all this cost, we need to have everything on there that we can service them at one time. If I want to pay my taxes, my DTE, and other things, because I know we thought about adding those things to it, correct? I thought.
It's all one network. It should be there. I mean,
I don't
I've
remember it being
seen
on there.
other communities, I've I've seen the 36th District Court.
It's on there now? Okay. Okay.
So, Mr. DeMonico, the language that you're looking at, is that your notes, or is that from the actual,
Agenda packet?
yes?
Yeah, I'm scrolling through the agenda packet here. I mean, it's, I don't know how many pages I've scrolled through now. I was trying to find a header that said something about fees. Oh, maybe here on this last Exhibit B fee schedule. I don't think it says anything about a monthly network fee, $1,000 for access to all metro area kiosks. There's no asterisk or anything. I don't know how they're just doubling the rate on us, looking at this. Right, that's pretty straightforward. Monthly network fee, $1,000 for access to all metro area kiosks, and then the $1.95 per transaction. I don't know. I think they shouldn't be able to charge us whatever you're saying they're charging us. I don't think that's in our agreement with them. I don't know. I guess we don't need to clear that up at this very moment, but I think we should look at that.
So we signed the contract for 2 years with them, or that's $1,000?
It's a perpetual contract until we give notice to cancel.
Okay. And so you said that the DivDat online is just the process of the fees that they pay out there, and that's what the costs are?
Yes.
And you said these two amounts was supposed to be able to take over an actual person working for us?
Yes, we eliminated a cashier in the finance department.
Okay. A part-time one, right? Was it part-time?
Yes. Yeah, we had 3 part-time cashiers. We currently only have 2.
Okay. So did that change since the price went up a little bit? Other than 1,000, are we paying 2? Are we paying more for a machine than an actual person being in the building?
At the time that we got the kiosk, we only had 2, and we had an open position. We did not fill that position. We used the kiosk instead.
Okay. To save money, do we not need the kiosk and we keep that position closed to save money?
We get a lot of payments are processed through DivDat.
Okay, you just don't have the number with you right now?
I don't know.
Okay. I would like to see that number, so if it's really beneficial. I'm not saying it's not a benefit for the community, but if we're paying this cost and we don't need that, and people just walk in, it's not like they're not already not at City Hall, but I'm just saying, if we can cut this cost and then close that, keep that position closed, we can save a nice amount of money. Almost 60,000, a little over the 60,000, what's that a year? That's just the idea. That's why I want to see the numbers and how it's benefiting.
Yeah, I can get the number of transactions and the dollar amounts from DivDat of what's been processed since we've had it.
Council, how you like to proceed?
Well, I guess, Mayor, looking at this, I think we might as well just change it to change the budget to reflect what's on this Exhibit B fee schedule from our September 2021, and if it's any different, I guess it should be brought forward to council then, because I think that's what we agreed to anyway. This looks pretty straightforward. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that.
Again, I guess I'm back at the same place I was with our last item. I feel like I'm making a decision blindly without having all the information in front of me if we're going to begin to change amounts. So it would be helpful if we had full knowledge of what we have contracted to pay for so that we can make a decision about the budget.
So since we are doing the table, can we put this back on the agenda? But also, if you all want to approve the deputy finance director, that was one of the additions too, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I can try a motion. I'll motion that we approve wait, so, actually, sorry, before I do the motion, are we doing, just finance, right? No, accounting, well, finance and accounting, or we call it the
Finance.
same thing, finance on here, accounting on here, not treasury yet, okay. I'll motion we approve the finance/accounting department with the one amendment that we pay for the DivDat kiosk of $12,000 instead of $24,000. And approve the rest of the budget as proposed by the city manager.
Okay, so if we do, go ahead, Councilwoman, when I hear you breathe, I know you're
No,
going to say something.
no,
And I don't want to interrupt you.
No, ma'am, no, I was just trying to understand, I absolutely think we need to have more than one person who has the capacity to sign. I feel like, she has the qualification, time and service, she should be the deputy. I think and we already have that authority through, or the city manager already has that authority through the civil service contract. But my concern with making a change, I understand you have whatever information you have. I'd really like clarification from the finance director about what we've actually contracted for. So if we are under contract, to pay $2,000 as opposed to $1,000, that he is within, the bills are still rolling in, so that he can still keep us timely paid. I don't know, I guess I would ask at this point if the finance director has a suggestion on the best way for us to.
I'm fine with the motion, and then I'll dig up all the contract information, and we still have time to adjust because this isn't formally adopted till the second meeting in June. So we can move forward with the motion and get moving.
All right, well then I'll second your motion.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Treasury.
Thank you. There are no changes in the treasurer's budget for this year.
Council.
Motion to approve the treasury budget.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. The assessing department.
Thank you. The only change in the assessing budget is a contractual increase to our assessor's contract. Just a contractual, increase.
Motion to approve the assessing budget.
You said a new contract we have, a new signed contract?
No, the current contract, there's just a contractual increase every year. That's the
Okay,
only
like
change.
the other, okay, yeah. Did I get support on that?
Not yet.
Support. Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Okay, you all
Thank
done,
you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
All that hard work. Yes, we're gonna go to our finance director, Mr. Blum, for our insurance.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. The insurance department, that handles non-public safety portion of general liability and workers' comp, and then non-public safety retiree healthcare. This particular department has gone down as the retiree healthcare costs have dropped. So it's down $130,000 from last year. So that's a good news item there.
Okay, council.
Motion to approve the insurance budget.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is citywide.
All right, citywide is anything that doesn't fit nicely into a specific department. It also includes the cost of City Hall. So we have the debt payment on this building, along with some maintenance items, telecommunications for this building, things like that. It also includes the retiree health care contribution to the OPEB fund for the, again, non-public safety piece of that. And that, again, is down slightly thanks to the retiree health care.
Council,
Motion to approve the citywide budget?
Support?
the motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz.
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
And lighting,
Okay, this is the street lighting fund. This pays the DTE bills for all of the street lights throughout the city, and we do have a capital line item in there to add additional solar lights. This is based on a special assessment that does need to get renewed here, but we still have to get through that process. But for budget purposes, we are looking at that amount going to 4107 per year to generate enough revenue to cover the cost of that.
we got a, I believe we got a grant for that, the solar lighting, didn't we?
Yeah, we have a CDBG paying for a portion of it, and then the
Okay.
balance is coming out of this fund.
Okay,
And we're looking to do additional ones throughout the city.
okay.
I think, so maybe, is this spread out throughout the budget potentially? Because I think we've got 70,000 in solar streetlights on here, but I think we just went out to bid for $200,000 worth, or at least that's what came back, from what I saw in Mitten at least.
Right.
Where's the other 130,000 in the budget?
Well, there's 150 that's CDBG, and then the balance is coming out of this fund.
And it was all, CDBG was all streetlights? I thought we did something else, or,
Well, this was a separate project that was approved. So they have leftover money or something? That's a Kim question, I guess. Where'd the
Madam
money
Mayor,
come from?
Last year, the city was awarded 2 separate CDBG grants. One of them was the improvements to Rain Park, and the other was the solar streetlights. Each award was $150,000.
so all 150 was just for streetlights? Or just for the solar lights? Oh, okay, so then that's 220. All right, that answers my question.
I have a quick question. Collect special assessment revenues to cover street lighting and maintenance needs. What exactly does that mean?
There's a special assessment that is added to the tax bills. It is a per parcel charge. We normally do a 3-year special assessment. That's right, we're at the end of the 3 years and it needs to be renewed, but that will come before council.
So we haven't done that yet.
There's a whole separate process for that.
All right, council,
Motion to approve the street lighting.
Second?
motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
It's all you, Mr. Blum.
Oh, yeah. there's
Let's
a whole bunch of
Over here.
stuff on page 2. The MIDC, the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, we get a grant from the state and we pay for court-appointed attorneys, and this fund covers all of that. So there's really not much to it. This is the budget that's presented to the state. They approve it, they give us money, and we process the bills.
Motion to approve the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission, because it's too late.
Second.
I know.
Second.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. CDBG, sir.
CDBG. That is the 150. We're probably going to have to do a budget amendment for this year for the solar streetlight. What about rain? Is that going to be this year or next year? Yeah, our fiscal year.
Rain will be done in about 3 weeks, so
No.
it's this year.
So we'll be doing about a $300,000 budget adjustment.
We were only awarded one $150,000 project for the year coming forward.
All right. Okay, well, there's a 150 for next year.
All right, motion to approve the Community Development Block Grant budget
Support.
The motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Brownfield.
Okay, Brownfield. This is a Brownfield project that was done at the corner of 9 and Kelly, the CVS building. We capture taxes on that new property, and then it is used to pay off a debt payment. So we will continue to capture the money until the bond issue is paid off.
Motion to approve the Brownfield budget. Or specifically, the Brownfield Authority debt budget.
Motion and support, call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
That was me.
Sorry, Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
How many brownfields do we have in the city?
That is the only
That's on-
one that's been approved, yeah.
That's been approved? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
It's
that-
actually run through the county. We're just playing middleman on this one.
Okay. I thought it was the Aaron Park, that was, when we demolished that school, that was a brownfield too, I thought.
That was, it wasn't a tax capture. They did it as a pilot, a payment in lieu of taxes. So it was done a little bit different. But each project is handled differently.
Okay.
We're not limited to how many we can have. We just currently only have one. So.
Okay. Tax reversion property.
Okay. Until we sell all of the tax reversion properties, there is going to still be cost. So we've reduced it greatly. I don't see us ever getting any tax reversion properties back ever again. I know there's a Supreme Court case going on, and they sound very favorable to the plaintiff, which would be detrimental to us when the ruling comes out. But until that happens, we have properties that we own that we still have to maintain until we can get rid of them. So that's all this budget is covering the cost of grass cutting and snow removal and any repairs we have to do.
Do we need to put that on the agenda for next council to figure out what we're gonna do with those properties? Instead of just
Let's-
maintaining them and things like that? Sounds like that needs to be.
Quicker we
Actually,
can do it, the better.
If I may, there's only one tax averted home and one commercial building, and then 4 vacant lots. The rest of them are either on hold due to a court case that's pending, or have already been approved by this council for habitat.
Okay. Thank you.
What about upcoming, so that's what we currently own, you were saying? And then,
Correct.
what was upcoming, even if we're not going to buy them? I don't know how the timing works out in the years, but.
We didn't even get a list, did we, this year?
No?
So
They're,
the-
they're not even doing right of first refusal anymore. They will give us a list so that we can file a claim for any of the excess proceeds, but they're not offering it to us on right of first refusal anymore.
Okay.
So I expect to get a list in June sometime, so we can get our claims filed before they do their auction.
Okay. Motion.
I'm sorry. You said there's one home, one commercial building, and 4 vacant lots?
yes.
Motion to approve the tax reversion fund budget.
Support.
Motion and support, call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
The court building.
Okay, the court building fees is a separate budget. We have the court collect fees on every ticket to cover the cost of maintaining the court. We're projecting an increase from this year because there was an increase, and it was $5 or $10. It is now $10 or $25. So we've increased the revenue, and we've reduced the expenditures because we're not planning on spending any more money on the old court building. When the new court building is built, though, they will be expected to pay their fair share of the cost of the total bill, including part of the debt payment. So this fund will be built up, and they will begin making a portion of the debt payment when it happens. But right now, it's just covering any emergencies that pop up.
Motion to approve the court building fund?
Second.
Motion and support, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
The death benefit,
Okay, all of our pension stuff. The death benefit is a benefit available to retirees, well, to the beneficiaries of the retirees, because it doesn't pay out till they die. So we put in an estimate of how much we're going to earn investment-wise, and then an estimate of how much we're going to pay out. The goal on this is to earn more than we pay out every year, and this is one of the few that is well-funded, so.
Motion to approve the death benefit fund?
Second.
motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Pension,
Okay, the pension supplement. This is where we guaranteed when we moved to MERS that anybody, or that any benefit MERS couldn't match, we would pay the difference. The old method was that you received a minimum of 50% of your FAC if you had a duty disability. We had one individual who is actually off on a disability retirement, and MERS doesn't do the same formula we do. So we pay a supplement each year for this individual's pension, and that's all this is covering. So there's a little bit of money that we set aside for it. It slowly works its way down, and it will go on for the life of this pensioner. We're hoping we don't have any more. Most of the people are very close to the 50% mark now. So eventually it's going to be one person, I hope.
Madam Mayor, I would move that we accept the pension supplement budget.
Support?
motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Retiree healthcare,
Retiree health care. This is our pre-funding of retiree health care. We get contributions every year that come in from the general fund, water, sewer, and library to pay for retiree health care. We then invest the money and have earnings, and we pay the retiree premiums out of this fund. This one is 38% funded, which is actually pretty good for a retiree health care fund. But it's basically the income coming in, the payments going out, and then we try to earn money to, increase our funded balance.
Motion to approve the retiree health care budget?
Support?
motion and support, call the roll, please.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Chapter 20,
Okay, chapter 20. This one has actually a good news one. We assess a chapter 20 drain debt millage to pay for our portion of the county, various county drain debts, the Lake St. Clair Clean Water Initiative, some 8.5 mile relief, drain related items, and then the maintenance of Chapatin. Get you the actual numbers. There was some Lake St. Clair Clean Water Initiative debt payments that were paid off in the current fiscal year. And so the debt millage is going to drop from 6.6 mils down to 5.1 mils. So the taxpayers will see a break on their taxes for this year for this particular item.
Motion to approve the Chapter 20 drain debt?
Second that?
motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Just to confirm, you said the taxpayers will see a 1% reduction from this?
It was 6.6 mils down to 5.1 mils.
Okay,
So it'll vary based on everybody's taxable value, but
okay.
that's a good chunk of money.
Mil, not percent. Thank you. It's late.
Yep.
Okay, next item is the council. Part of this agenda. Give me 1 second.
This is time for a dance break. We don't have a music license, so the attorney has given me an eye to say no. So we'll move forward with the city council budget. So I've put this together, two changes. The first change is moving the council, or the commission budgets. They initially were in City Hall citywide, and we've replaced those to be kind of more organized in the council budget, seeing that council appoints the commissions in those expenses. And so you do see that change in city council budget. It does not list in the previous activity, as that was in a different line item. Yeah, we pulled it up earlier. So in the City Hall citywide, page 13, on the line item budget, that is where you'll see the previous costs for boards and commissions. So 101-271-740.793, that was the previous line item for all the board and commission expenses, but we've moved that over to the city council budget. Moving down to membership and dues, the Michigan Black Caucus, local elected officers, membership was added. I believe it's $25 or $35 per member, so it's a very, very small increase to that. And then we did add training for the ethics board based on the information from their meetings and wanting training provided moving forward. So with that, council, if you guys have any feedback or changes.
I do have a couple questions. So I see the training for the Board of Ethics is, I assume that this $4,500 is the cost of the attorney for the Board of Ethics for 2022-23 on page 13, that the previous charge, or the previous budget, before the line item was moved over. So do we have any padding in the current under?
So that actually, Councilmember, those were just the expenses, my understanding, just from beautification and ACDC. Those were the only two commissions that had a budget.
Oh, okay.
Trying to recall the line item that we charged. I'd have to identify the line item that the Board of Ethics attorney was charged to. Do you recall, Randy? Might have just been in legal.
Yeah, that's something, it might just have been added into the legal section.
Okay.
We can pull that up and report on it.
Okay, and then, if I'm not mistaken, when we approved the changes to the ordinance, we said that would be at your discretion as to whether or not they would need special counsel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's okay. And then the other thing that I don't see, especially now that we have approved one commission and we have an upcoming vote on the second, so the Teen Advisory Commission and then the Senior Citizen Advisory Commission, do we have anything in the city council budget for them?
We've not placed anything in the budget for them. We had prepared it prior to the passing of the ordinance, but this would be the time if council wanted to consider adding that we could make those changes.
So can I ask this question, Mr. Bloom, Mr. Blum? See, I'm calling all wrong, y'all seriously, like, oh, I'm Cinderella Jesus. Okay, beautification ACDC, do we know if they use their full budgets for 2022, 2023? Okay. So in years prior, they used the full 2,000, both?
I think probably beautification too. I think they've talked about spending it all.
So I would like to make a motion to approve the city council budget with the addition of $2,000 for the Teen Advisory Commission.
I wanted to add something to it. Did you want to add anything, council? Because I know this part of, I think all of us on here. I know last time we talked about last year before you were up here. We talked about the mayor getting different memberships, like the United States Conference of Mayors, also being a part of the membership for the African American Mayors Association, and also women's, what was that one? The Mayor's Innovation membership. So I don't know those costs. I thought we would get ready for that because that was the highlight of last year. So every year is something different. So, because we still have the membership from MML and Mayors of Michigan.
Yes.
Okay. Is those memberships on this page? Okay, and the Michigan Black Caucus, what's MDBBA?
Metro
The
Detroit.
new one?
Yep, Metro Detroit Black Business Alliance.
Okay, yeah. Eastpointe Chamber of Commerce. So I don't have those amounts in front of me, but those are certain things that I think any elected official or someone that becomes the mayor should be able to attend, especially being amongst other African American mayors, to see what they do, how they deal with other, running the city and their experiences, as well as the United States Conference of Mayors when you're dealing with different mayors all around the country. When I went to DC, I wasn't able to be a part of the United States Conference of Mayors because the city of Eastpointe, the council, did not agree upon that membership. So the mayors who were a part of that were able to personally speak to President Biden on some issues and hear what the staff and people in DC were talking about and different legislation, and I wasn't able to be a part of that alongside with other mayors that are in Michigan, like the mayor of Flint and the mayor of, I'm sorry, I can't think of it, Harbor, what's that? Benton Harbor, and other mayors of Michigan that have smaller communities than ours. So those are certain things that I want the council to be aware of and think about if we get some pricing. I don't have any pricing about these memberships right now, so I can't give you any figures.
Was there a second to the motion?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I'll second the motion, but I do have a question to our city manager. No big deal, but the question is that if we exceed that number, what do we do with the budget? And I'm talking about the number of special meetings. This budget, we've had 28 special meetings, and for the proposed budget, you put down 5. And I'm just wondering, if we have 28 this year, what happens if we get 6 or 7? Is that we have to make a motion to add to the budget because we exceeded the number of special meetings you put down?
Thank you for your question.
No, I bet.
No, that is just an estimate or a guesstimate, as Mr. Palucci said. I just calculated based on.
Who said that?
Mr. Palucci stated they were guesstimates. But it's a guesstimate of how many, so those are based on basically the activity with the budget workshops directly after an election. But other than that, until the activity comes, I don't know any of the special meetings that are going to occur. But the budget is still slated, we'd still be able to financially host the meetings.
So if we have our 6th special meeting, we will not be breaking the law against our budget?
No.
Well,
I'm sorry, help me out. Where's the special meetings at?
I think on page 40,
okay.
numbered 46.
I'm in the wrong.
Well, I think, Mr. Curley, I think actually the answer, I guess, is like both, because I think looking at the personnel services, our, little bit of salary has not changed, so I guess is that 5 special meetings must not be tied to the salaries of the council anyway, because that's not changed. Because if there's more meetings, we get that like $52 a meeting.
Correct.
Yeah,
But without.
I guess I asked that question, Councilman, to break the ice.
Yeah. No, I understand why you asked, but I guess that like we should tie that number to whatever the budget number is, I guess then.
So the numbers that we budgeted off of were historical, so based on the previous meetings that we've had, but with not knowing what meetings were coming. We're, of course, prepared financially to host additional meetings, but I can only attest to the 5 specific ones based on the ordinance, the election, the budget, and items like that. Of course, that number will change, but other than that, then the additional 15 meetings would just kind of be pulled out of the air. So that's why I changed it, but financially it was the same, which was my answer to Mr. Curley was that we'll financially be able to host the meetings.
All right, we have any other comments, concerns? Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
No.
Councilmember DeMonico.
Yes.
Item city manager?
You. Turn my microphone off like I was done. All right, so city manager budget, status quo. We did have the community engagement manager position. We're very hopeful to get that filled very soon. And there is a slight increase to that wage based on the difficulty in hiring for the position and kind of where it's been placed at with the grade. Let's see. Moving forward, there is a slight change to the healthy living incentive based on my contract, an increase on the car allowance based on my contract from last May as well. Yeah, so council has any question on that? I don't think there's any other changes unless you have questions.
Questions, concerns? Anyone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve the city manager budget.
Support?
I think I actually did have one quick question. It looks like there is a raise to one of the positions here. Pretty big, yeah.
There is. So there's a change. It's not an official raise, but it's kind of giving a cushion to, again, doing that MML wage survey. There are certain positions, depending on the time frame of the year, that come through on the MML wage survey that we compare to. And so we have to make a recommendation to civil service, of course, to change grades based on where those positions are. The question from civil service is always if council has budgeted for that change. It does not equate to an automatic raise, but there has to be a cushion in the budget in order for that position to be put in an appropriate grade based on the wage study.
Okay, yeah, so it's, yeah, $16,000 potential raise for the assistant city manager position. Right, yeah.
If I may, I understand that we did this, a similar adjustment in a previous budget tonight, correct?
That is correct.
I think we have motion and support, correct? Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Communis,
Yes.
Mayor Owens,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico.
No.
Okay, moving right along, AV.
Thank you. So this is the audiovisual department. We've seen a decrease in this after the investment in the AV, but also moving the two part-time employees that we had in AV. The community engagement manager position is slated to take over that with the assistance of Mr. Gatson. So we did slate it, some maintenance and training fees for a new employee that's coming on. So that is the change there slightly in AV, but overall the costs have gone down for that department.
Motion to approve the AV budget.
Second?
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Communis.
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico,
Yes.
Councilmember Curley,
Yes.
Mayor Owens.
Yes. Next item is personnel.
All right. So this is pretty status quo as well, in terms of the previous year and being budgeted at the same cost. There's a slight increase in overtime after 5 months of kind of doing double duty with HR, so there will be some overlap and some additional things that need to be taken care of, but also to help out in other departments and meet other departments. But that's only a $500 increase just for this fiscal year. And then moving forward again with the NeoGov, with Insight and Learn. So Insight is our online application system, and Learn is the online training portal for all of our employees that we have here. We are in the process of implementing that and are hoping that actually gets off of the ground in the summertime. That, if you have any questions, Mayor, Council.
Motion to approve the personnel budget?
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yeah.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Civil service.
So slow or? Civil service budget covers all of the pre-employment expenses for our full-time employees. That is budgeted pretty status quo based on just turnover, retirements, and drug screening. If it's an officer or firefighter, we do psychologicals, and all of those expenses are fit under the civil service budgets.
Motion to approve civil service budget?
Second.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Attorney?
Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Our budget, proposed budget is before the council this evening. There's also performance indicators to indicate how many hours we spend on city business. It really is hard to predict how many lawsuits will be filed in a given year. I'm happy to report that right now, we are not, as city attorneys, defending any lawsuits. There are some lawsuits that are being defended by Mr. Fran's office through the MA assignment, but we are not defending any lawsuits. We have a couple of open lawsuits that were requested by the building department to go after nuisance abatement properties here in the city. With the current building department makeup, we used to also handle dangerous building hearings, which would sometimes result in lawsuits, but the building department has implemented a very good system now with issuing citations to gaining compliance rather than utilizing the dangerous building hearing process, which at times proved to be very cumbersome. It would begin with notice to a property owner and then commence then with dangerous building hearings conducted by the city's hearing officer here in the council chambers. And then if there wasn't compliance with the hearing officer's order, that would result then in a show cause hearing, which would then be conducted by the city council. So we have not been doing any of those for at least a couple of years now. Another item that has increased some cost to the city is a couple of years ago, the state of Michigan changed the law as to when officers could take somebody into custody. They would have to get a warrant approved by the city prosecutor, and the police department has been utilizing cloud gavel software that is very efficient. What the officers do if they make an arrest, they bring the defendant into the police station, a bond is posted, but then they do a warrant request to our office, and oftentimes those warrant requests come over at 12:30, 1:30, 2:30 in the morning. It'll come via email and also through the app and a text message to my phone. I then would review those and either authorize the warrant request as requested, or I will send it back to the officer for further editing if I don't think that there's sufficient information there. And so that's how we've been handling it. So that's something relatively new. But other than that, everything else has been status quo.
Quick question, so the $47,000 increase in special prosecutions, that's not for increases from your office, but for the contracted out legal services?
It's the special prosecutions, part of that is the cloud gavel and the warrant authorizations.
Okay.
That's included in that.
Madam Mayor, I would move to accept the attorney's presentation for the budget.
Second that.
Motion and support, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
IT.
All right. So IT is also pretty status quo in terms of the expenses from this current fiscal year and next. Of course, as council's aware, we're currently out to bid for IT services, so if that changes, we'll of course bring that back and be prepared if any changes need to be made in the future.
Motion to approve IT budget?
Second.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cobb Muniz?
Yes.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. We're all done. I'm gonna go to, unless any of the directors that's in here said, didn't get to express, I'm gonna give you some extra time. Give you an extra hour if you need. No, I'm saying. But we're gonna go, I wanna say thank you to all the directors, for putting this together. and the staff for helping them put it together as well, and all of the residents for taking time out to be a part of this council meeting tonight and staying with us so long. We're going to go to mayor council reports. We're going to start with Councilwoman Eunice. Oh, yeah, we can cancel the one for tomorrow.
So
Motion to
moved.
council.
Support.
Motion and support. Please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilmember DeMonico?
Yes.
Councilmember Curley.
Yes.
Councilmember Communis?
Yes.
Mayor Owens?
Yes. Next item is mayor and council report, starting with Councilwoman Carbonis.
I just want to say thank you again to all of our department directors and staff that work so hard to put together the budget, to explain, to answer all of our, and especially all of my, but all of our, because we all had a lot of questions, all of our many questions. Thank you for the hard work that you guys put in on a daily basis, so that we can come here and make informed decisions. I also want to thank our community members, our residents who stuck around tonight and weathered this with us, but also took the time to get to know what's happening in your city and how the money that you are investing is being spent. It means a lot. And then I can't express enough how much I do not want our library director to retire, but just want to express my appreciation for her service. And I want to say a special thank you to our finance director and city manager. You guys did a phenomenal job in making sure that we were well informed, and even though we came at you with hard questions, I appreciate you making sure that we are well informed.
Councilman DeMonico.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just quickly, thank you to the residents that came out and stayed with us till a few minutes to 11. Hopefully it doesn't go till then. I'll make this very brief. Thank you, Danielle, Robin, Kim, George, Ian, Rich, Mariah, Randy, and all the directors, of course, that have already left the building. As Ms. Comuna said, our library director, who sad to see is retiring soon. And I think that's all. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Crowley.
Yeah, I agree too. You know, most of the folks that are employed by us had already been here at the City Hall 10 hours when we got here. They had already been here 10 hours. So they're going to go home soon. Some have to stay and clean up. You know, you talk about democracy. With our meeting tonight, that's the way democracy works. We debate, we agree or we disagree. Some of us can debate with a calm voice. Others, like me, have a loud voice, but I blame that on my Irish heritage. You know, give me another beer, you have to yell. But I don't know what's going to happen, that item that we talked about. You know, it was a little surprising to me that no one asked why the council changed the contract to a 25-year contract. A little surprised that nobody asked that. It was a good rationale why they wanted that. I'm not going to repeat it. If you want to know what it was, you can call the city manager. But it's going to be on the agenda next week. We'll see what happens. I don't think any of us are going to change our minds between now and next Tuesday, but that's okay. But like I said, I'm not mad at anybody. Matter of fact, if a certain person on this council finally brings me some chocolate, I will like her even more. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank everybody, and God bless, and thank you for staying so long. It's 11 o'clock. Councilman DeMonico, I think maybe I won't open that bottle of wine tonight. It's too late.
All right.
I'll fall asleep anyway. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else just said. So I'm going to, motion for adjournment, please.
So moved.
Support.
Motion and support, please call the roll.
Mayor Owens.
Keep your eyes open.
Mayor Owens.
Yes.
Councilmember Curley. Councilmember DeMonico.
Hey, we're gonna beat 11 o'clock here. Yes.
Councilmember Communis.
Yes.
Meeting adjourned. Everyone have a good night, rest of the week.